Chapter 1320. At the same time, in the Dawnstar Cluster, the flickering world portal. The surface of the many military base planets was filled with many deep wells, in which were hidden many beyond-grade, psionic planet annihilation cannons. They were aimed at the Geru Star Cluster, the Crown Star Cluster, and the Renault Star Cluster. These were the areas of the second exploration phase, and were now the prosperous territories of many beyond Grade A organizations. Among them, most of the planet annihilation cannons were aimed at Black Star's territory. The Dawnstar Cluster was the area that the Red Empire had taken over the earliest. Many of the planets were military-restricted areas. After decades of secret modification, the insides of these planets had long been modified into special anti-star weapons. After the first meeting of the gods a few decades ago, the Red Empire had secretly carried out this modification project to prepare for the current situation. Once the situation changed, this star cluster could immediately become a bridgehead for war and seal off the normal channels between the flickering world and the explored universe. The fleets of the three universal civilizations were stationed all over the Dawnstar Cluster, and the temporary command center of the three universal civilizations was changed from Planet Lighthouse to a military planet in the Dawnstar Cluster. Maintain the highest alert level for the next 10 days. As long as the joint fleet starts a war in the mechanical race's territory, it will be the signal for us to take action. Bombard all the beyond Grade A organizations, including the Black Star Corps' territory. In the temporary command center, Ewan Fabic looked around at the many officers in the room with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He was a high-ranking officer of the Red Empire. After Tarakov retired, he took over as the Marshal of the Dynasty's Exploration Army. In the recent storm, the three universal civilizations had divided the flickering world into an independent and important war zone, and he directly became the commander of the war zone, in charge of commanding the military operations of the three universal civilizations in the flickering world. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Ewan turned to look at one of the officers and said, "The higher-ups don't have enough manpower, so they can't send their direct beyond grade as to guard this place. How are the interception measures? When the battle starts, the beyond grade as will definitely try to take down the command center with their individual strength. If we can't stop them from invading the Dawnstar Cluster, the situation will be very passive. The engineering team is racing against time to set up the interception equipment, as well as set up strangulation traps and rapid reinforcement channels. If the beyond grade has fall too deep, there's a chance that they will be surrounded and annihilated by us. Give me a report later." Ewan raised his hand, indicating that there was no need to say more. He then turned to ask about the progress of the other arrangements. Whether or not the three universal civilizations and the association would fight in the end was not his concern. He only cared about his duty, which was to prepare for the war and ensure that the strategic plan could be carried out strictly. On Planet Lighthouse devices were floating devices from the outside. It looked like a desolate planet, but once they entered the atmosphere, they could see the true appearance of the planet. It was a mechanical fortress armed to the teeth, with countless battleships and mechanical armies moving up and down. On top of the tallest building, Aurora stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking at a giant white mechanical ring in the distance. This was a new directional teleportation gate technology that Han Shao had dug out from Jay's technology treasure trove. It could be used to transport troops on a large scale, but it had not been activated yet. Behind her stood a dense crowd, their bodies emitting a faint glow. They were all reincarnated hero spirits who had obtained physical bodies. The 8 hero spirit kings were lined up in a row, followed by thousands of calamity-grade hero spirits, followed by countless grade B hero spirits. When Manison's warehouse was destroyed, Han Shao had urgently summoned Aurora, who was wandering outside, and given her a secret mission, which was to hide in a secret base and use Edo reincarnation nonstop. Other than eating, drinking, and resting, she would spend the rest of her time summoning the underworld hero spirits. Aurora's life during this period was to summon hero spirits, rest, and recover, then continue summoning. This cycle almost drained her dry, and it was not easy for her to reach her current scale. The duration of these reincarnated hero spirits was dependent on the speed of their body's activity loss. As long as they were not killed or removed by Aurora, they could basically exist for a long time. Especially now that they were in low-energy standby mode without fighting, the speed of their activity loss was almost negligible. This was why Aurora could continue to expand her scale and accumulate an army. Aurora turned to look at the hero spirits and said softly, "Black Star said that before the warning period ends, you guys are to cause a ruckus in the Dawnstar cluster and destroy the 3 universal civilizations' planetary obliteration weapons as much as possible." He sure knows how to order people around. Sorokin snorted. After being a hero spirit for more than 40 years, he had already accepted his fate and gotten used to his identity. However, he still did not give up his hobby of accumulating wealth. In order to satisfy his hobby, he thought of a way to modify the social environment of the underworld. Because hero spirits basically did not have any material enjoyment in their soul form, Sorokin discovered the common needs of many hero spirits after a long period of observation. Therefore, according to the characteristics of the hero spirits, he created a concept currency system in the underworld based on promises. A promise currency meant that he owed someone something, and different levels and identities of heroic spirits gave different face values for their promises. When a hero spirit made a promise to another or more hero spirits, it was equivalent to printing money. Sorokin came up with a special credit system to prevent the hero spirits from recklessly making promises that would cause inflation and solve a series of problems that would damage the value of the promise currency. Furthermore, the amount of promise currency that each hero spirit could create per cycle was limited, and this two-way promise currency could be sold to others. It was similar to transferring a debt relationship. In order to implement this system, Sorokin had put in a lot of effort. He even convinced Aurora and Onisalu to link the caching method with the chance of reincarnation and the time of reincarnation. This was equivalent to a chance for ordinary hero spirits to get some fresh air. The hero spirits of the underworld who had nothing to do usually slowly accepted this system. After cultivating a market, Sorokin used a series of skillful capitalist methods to harvest a large amount of promise currency. Now, the average hero spirit of the underworld owed him 37 requests, and he had become the richest person in the underworld. Although it did not have much practical significance, the wealth itself satisfied him. This war allowed Sorokin to see the opportunity to realize the promised currency on a large scale. After all, the hero spirits of the underworld were natural death squads, so they would definitely be reincarnated frequently. Although they were summoned to fight, it was much better than staying in the underworld and doing nothing. As for the conflict between the Association and the 3 universal civilizations, Sorokin was not interested. After all, his identity was different now, and it was not his place to worry about such things. Aurora retracted her gaze and continued to look ahead. In a place where the hero spirits could not see, her expression became worried. In a few key star fields, the 3 universal civilizations and the Association had similar spies. Once a full-scale war broke out, there would be a storm of blood everywhere. She could not bear to see such a scene. If the war really breaks out, I hope I can save more people with the underworld. Primeval Star River, mechanical race territory. The news media was still broadcasting the confrontation. It had been a long time since the negotiation failed, and Han Shao was in the middle. It was as if he was separating the 2 fleets, and no one moved. Looking at the broadcast that seemed to be frozen, the countless galactic residents became more and more anxious. More than half a day had passed, and there was still no movement from either side. Were they going to be in a stalemate for the next 10 days? 10 days later, there would not be any change in the attitude of either side, right? Just as many people were feeling pessimistic, there was a sudden movement in the 3 universal civilizations' joint fleet. The multidimensional sky opening transportation device suddenly activated and spun at high speed for a while. With a flash of light, another small fleet teleported over. Reinforcements are here. The countless galactic residents were energized. Although they did not know what the 3 universal civilizations were doing, it was good that there were changes. Through the broadcast, The gazes of countless people followed this small fleet, watching it pass through the military formation and connect with the main ship of the joint fleet. At the same time, in the command room of the three Universal Civilizations joint fleet, all the crew members, including Commander Simon, stood up to welcome the newcomers. The sound of footsteps slowly approached along the corridor, and a group of people with different appearances walked into the command room. Seeing this, the crew members were slightly restless. They deliberately lowered their voices and excitedly chatted, reporting the names of this group of people. Dark Emperor Claudia of the Red Empire, Thunder User, Leader Padro, Army Flag Enid, Golden Ring Ulu of the Radiant Federation, Super Teacher Verena, Guardian Rama, God's Chosen Wernos of the Arcane Church, Mechanical Catastrophe Francisco, St. Moran. They're all big shots. At this time, all the direct beyond grade as of the three Universal Civilizations had arrived. There were dozens of them who had been urgently recruited. Simon took a few steps forward, nodded to everyone, and said, "Everyone, let's not waste time. I believe the upper echelons have already given the order. Everyone knows what to do." Hearing this, everyone turned to look out of the porthole, their eyes locked on a Han Shao, who was occupying the starry sky. Olu smirked, revealing a sinister look. "Don't worry. Since we're here, he won't be able to continue showing off. I'll leave Black Star to you guys." Simon nodded. The exchange of fire between the fleets was the signal for an all-out war. Before the deadline, the three Universal Civilizations did not allow their armies to take action. However, since Black Star had jumped out to challenge them in his own name, they could use their upper echelons to test the waters. Therefore, the three Universal Civilizations called their direct members, not willing to see Black Star continue to be arrogant. They planned to reduce the prestige of the association and put pressure on him. At this time, Verena, with her long hair fluttering in the wind, glanced at everyone and slowly said, "Black Star is famous for his ferocity and his battle record. He's extremely difficult to deal with. However, if we gang up on him from the start, it won't look good. Only Claudia, Ulu, and Wernos have the ability to fight Black Star alone. Which of you three will go first?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to the three of them. Most of them looked at Wernos, who was recognized as the strongest. Wernos lowered his eyes and remained silent, as if he was not interested in this mission. In fact, if not for the ethereal Pope ordering him to come here, he would not have wanted to leave the Pantheon Temple at all. Seeing that he did not speak, everyone looked away and looked at Claudia. "You used to work with Black Star, so you should know his abilities better than us," Verena said. Claudia frowned. "I don't know more than you guys." At this time, Ulu interrupted him. "Stop fighting. I'll deal with him. I've long wanted to fight Black Star. Maybe I can take him down directly." Seeing this, everyone nodded. No one fought with him. At this moment, Verena tapped her forehead with her finger, and a pure white spiritual light flew out and landed on Ulu's body. Ulu shuddered and felt the energy in his body start to surge and roar. His strength increased bit by bit. Even without strengthening, I can deal with Black Star." Ulu clicked his tongue and did not appreciate it. This is all for safety reasons. Verena's expression did not change. She was the director of the Radiant Federation's Superpower Research Institute. She had a compound Esper ability, which was mainly inclined to support and strengthen the abilities of other supers. She could also analyze the development trend of the target's abilities and formulate a perfect training plan. This was also the origin of her nickname, Super Mentor. A few minutes later, Han Shao, who was resting in the middle of the battlefield, suddenly frowned and slowly opened his eyes. In his vision, a familiar figure walked out of the three Universal Civilizations' fleet formation and floated not far away from him, exuding a powerful aura that belonged to a peak beyond grade A. Han Shao spoke softly, and his voice sounded in the public channel. Ulu narrowed his eyes. "I heard that if I want the association to hand over the technology, I have to go through you first? As long as you can beat me, it's not impossible." Han Shao did not think much of it and replied casually. Hearing this, Ulu's eyes flashed, and he said with a deep voice, "Then you can start thinking about it now. Then his aura quickly rose, and dense golden rings spread out behind him, connecting to a dazzling golden world. The energy seemed to be endless. This was the golden treasure ship dimension that made him famous. Seeing this, Han Xiao shook his head and slowly said, "Do you want to consider joining the association to enjoy the Sanctum revival? That way, you won't die for nothing later." Peak. Chapter 1321. Just as Han Xiao and Olu were looking at each other affectionately, the galactic residents watching the live broadcast all heard the short conversation between the two parties in the public channel. "I heard it. As long as we can defeat Black Star with our high-level combatants, he'll consider compromising. This is a turning point. If Black Star keeps his promise, defeating him will put an end to the flames of war and prevent an all-out war. Work hard. 3 universal civilizations. The peace of a universe depends on you. If you win, it'll be a great achievement." "I don't think so. Black Star is the leader of the Beyond Grade, as after all, can the 3 universal civilizations defeat him? Plus, his value in the Wayne cards is too high. I don't think Olu can do it. Is this the time to talk about cards? We'll only know if they can win after they fight. Speaking of which, if we can use card skills to decide the winner, it'll be much easier to have a game of diplomacy." The countless galactic residents were filled with hope again. Regardless of whether Black Star was telling the truth or not, they could only place their hopes on this. No one wanted to be affected by the outbreak of war. As long as there was a turning point, it was a good thing. At this moment, in the eyes of the galactic residents, Black Star seemed to have become a great villain. As long as they defeated him, they would be able to maintain world peace. One after another, countless people cheered for the 3 universal civilizations in their hearts, wishing that they could see Black Star lying on the ground the next second. On the other side, in the main ship of the 3 universal civilizations joint fleet, the other direct Beyond Grade, as we're watching the 2 of them from the command room, preparing to watch the battle. "Do you think Olu could defeat Black Star?" someone asked. "Less than 50%. If Black Star was so easy to deal with, the higher-ups wouldn't have recruited all of us." Verena shook her head. "Then why did they let him fight alone? Although it's not good to gang up on him, it'll be embarrassing if he loses, right?" User wondered. "We didn't expect Olu to win in the first place." Francisco interrupted. "With Olu's strength and Verena's enhancement, he should be able to fight Black Star on equal footing. He's just testing him." Nodding her head, Verena explained, "That's right. Black Star hasn't fought in public for decades. With his growth rate, the information we have on him is probably outdated. No one knows what level he's at now. With Olu's strength, he can force Black Star to show his true ability and collect information for us so that we can formulate targeted countermeasures. Anyway, we have 10 days, so there's no need to rush. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can we increase our chances of winning." Hearing this, everyone immediately agreed. Black Star had dominated the universe for decades and was already recognized as a ferocious person in the Beyond Grade A circle. No one present dared to underestimate him. Olu was a pinnacle Beyond Grade A in the universe, one of the best among them. Letting him test Black Star right from the start was already a sign of respect in everyone's eyes. While all the direct Beyond Grade as were having their own thoughts, Han Xiao and Olu, who were facing each other in the middle of the battlefield, started fighting without saying a word. It was like lightning striking the earth. Olu's eyes lit up with a strong light as he activated the golden treasure ship dimension. The next moment, streams of resplendent golden light beams shot out from the densely packed rings behind him like a fountain. The scene was like a barrage of cannon shots. Han Xiao was unmoved. His body shook and mechanical force spread out. The mechanical army hidden in his body through compressed orb innovation martial body immediately shot out along with the mechanical force and expanded instantly, turning into a black mass of mech legion. They set up thick psionic shields and blocked in front of Han Xiao, forming a barrier. Golden light beams bombarded the psionic shield like a storm. Golden light particles splattered everywhere, and purplish-blue electric arcs danced crazily. Seeing this, Olu immediately increased his strength and summoned more golden rings, shooting out scorching golden light beams endlessly toward Han Zhao's mechanical army, as if energy was free. His Esper ability is to communicate with the golden treasure ship dimension and borrow its energy. He's also someone with an unlimited amount of energy and is best at covering fire. He often uses unlimited energy to grind his opponent to death. The golden treasure ship itself is a special secondary dimension. Its energy nature is very destructive, and it also has a compound function. Olu's information flashed through Han Zhao's mind, but his hands were not slow. He opened the secondary dimensional army box, and more mechanical troops rushed out. The psionic shield instantly became many times thicker. No matter how much firepower Olu unleashed, the guards in front of Han Zhao still did not move. There was no need for Han Zhao to dodge at all. He summoned his divine mechanical throne, sat on it, and commanded his troops. At the same time, the long-range troops in the Mech Legion also began to fight back. Under the lead of the Apostle weapons, the melee troops charged toward Olu from all directions. The next moment, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The scene was intense, and all kinds of beams of light filled the battlefield. The three Universal Civilizations Joint Fleet had no choice but to retreat a certain distance and set up shields to avoid being affected. Sitting on the mechanical throne, Han Zhao's eyes followed Olu, and his eyes flickered. Although infinite mana was one of the characteristics of a beyond grade A, in his opinion, this ability had a weakness that was not a weakness. No matter how much energy one had, there was a limit to one's output. Olu's energy rank was the upper limit of his output. Olu's energy rank was firmly in the top echelon, not any weaker than Kasui. After receiving Verina's bonuses, his energy rank increased even more. However, compared to Han Zhao's current energy rank, it was still quite far away. After developing in a low-profile manner for decades, the bonuses from his talents were not for nothing. His combat strength was already extremely shocking. He did not even need to activate a character summon card to gain the upper hand. This was the advantage of pure strength. Han Zhao only took out 10 Apostle weapons to catch Olu and beat him up. With his exquisite coordination, Olu was in a rather sorry state. With the bonuses from his mechanical force, the combat strength of the Apostle weapons was already firmly at the beyond grade A level. They could even exchange blows with high-level beyond grade As. With such a huge advantage, there was no need for any fancy moves. He could just use F2A and be done with it. One word could describe the current situation: one-sided. This person's threat to me is limited. He's no match for me. Losing to me is only a matter of time. If I can't even beat you, why would I have so many talents? After looking at it for a while, Han Zhao smirked, shook his head, and opened the interface. Not long after Olu issued the challenge, the long-awaited Beyond Grade A challenge mission finally appeared again. Fighting one-on-one in front of so many people clearly had enough influence to trigger a mission. The mission type was still the same as before. The best reward was still drawing a character summon card and one of the opponent's abilities. A fat sheep sent to my door. I love one-on-one battles the most. Isn't this forcing me to use battle to nurture battle? Han Zhao chuckled. He remained calm and patiently commanded the army to fight. His various talents were still in effect, and his condition was constantly improving. The battle was getting easier and easier. On the other hand, Olu was having a hard time. In the eyes of outsiders, the Mech Legion was like a black swarm of bees, constantly attacking Olu back and forth. Although the golden beams that Olu wantonly scattered could destroy pieces of the mechanical army from time to time, the empty positions would be quickly filled by other mechanical soldiers. Furthermore, the damaged machines would quickly reassemble and enter the battlefield again. It looked like Olu was an insect that had landed on a spider's web. He could only struggle in vain, breaking out of the encirclement time and time again, only to be surrounded again and again. Olu's expression had already changed. Only seriousness was left. It was not that he had never fought against a pinnacle beyond grade A mechanic before. This level of firepower was usually enough to cause flaws in the opponent's mech legion. However, up until now, Black Star's mechanical army was still like an impenetrable net, tightly covering him. Furthermore, it was so tough that he could not tear it apart no matter what. In particular, these 10 apostle weapons were ridiculously strong. Not only did they make him feel extremely tired, but he also did not dare let his guard down. If he was careless, he might be killed on the spot. Attrition battles were his forte, but now he was being suppressed. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Olu could not help but look at Black Star behind the mechanical army. He seemed to have an idea, and coincidentally met Han Zhao's eyes, which were filled with anticipation. Just looking at each other, Olu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly gave up on the idea of attacking Han Zhao. I almost forgot. This guy is not a normal mechanic. If I really did break through, I don't know who'll be the one attacking who. I don't want to be killed by him. Unable to find a way to break through, Olu became more and more anxious. He could only continue to bombard the enemy, but the injuries on his body continued to increase as time passed. The battle lasted for a long time. The scene was always this simple, violent, and not flashy. At this time, Olu suddenly erupted. The golden energy created a wave, pushing back the mechanical soldiers around him, allowing him to break out of the encirclement once again. However, he did not charge toward Han Zhao, but ran in the opposite direction, charging into the formation of the 3 Universal Civilizations Joint Fleet. With the help of the battleships, he quickly left the battlefield. Seeing this, Han Zhao raised his hand and stopped the mechanical army. He did not chase after Olu and attack the Joint Fleet. After watching Olu escape into the main ship, Han Zhao then shouted in the public channel with a half-smile. That's it. As soon as he said that, Han Zhao waved his hand and recalled the mechanical soldiers in the field. He did not look angry at all, as though he had just done something insignificant. After doing all this, Han Zhao continued to sit on the divine mechanical throne calmly, holding his chin with one hand and looking at the 3 Universal Civilizations fleet with his head tilted. Next one. Please find someone who can warm me up. Seeing this, the many galactic residents who had high hopes for Olu suddenly felt like a basin of cold water had been poured over them. Their little flames of hope were extinguished instantly, leaving only dejection. He lost just like that. Black Star didn't seem to have gotten up from the start to the end. Was it too easy? Countless galactic residents felt a stifling sensation in their chests, unable to breathe. They were so stifled that they felt like vomiting blood. They thought they could see a fierce battle, but they didn't expect Olu to die so easily. He was really incompetent, and his enthusiasm was wasted. Because they were not powerful supers, most of them could not understand the details of the battle. They only knew that Black Star was just sitting there, not moving, while Olu was forced to flee by the other party's mechanical army. From the beginning to the end, the two of them did not collide at all. Olu's side was embarrassing, while Black Star's side was full of health. No one knew how strong a Beyond Grade A was, so they could only judge from the performance. Then, a question appeared in the minds of many galactic residents. Was it because Olu was too weak, or was Black Star too strong? On the other side, in the main ship of the 3 Universal Civilizations, when the direct Beyond Grade, as who were watching the battle saw this result, they all fell silent. Their eyes were filled with shock and doubt. As the saying went, the layman only watched for the show, while the expert watched for the technique. Only Beyond Grade, as like them, knew what information was contained in this battle that did not seem to have any suspense. Black Star's mechanical force strength had already raised the performance of the Mech Legion to a higher level. It was a complete suppression of energy rank. The difference is actually this big. Verina's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew that Olu's chances of winning were not high, but she did not expect Black Star to win so easily, beating Olu away with the traditional army style. Originally, she had hoped that Olu would force Black Star to use his strength so that they could collect intelligence. However, she did not expect Olu to not even be able to complete the mission of probing. He was completely crushed by Black Star without being forced to use any of his trump cards. This feeling was like using a skill to trick the opponent, but it was taken away by a series of simple attacks. No matter what, Ulu was still a first-tier expert, not some random trash. However, he lost in such a cowardly manner, not gaining any advantage at all. Just how strong is Black Star now? He wasn't this strong before, Claudia said solemnly. The only explanation is that his strength has improved again in the past few decades, and he hit it deeply. This is not good. Guzer's expression was serious. You probably won't be Black Star's match even if you go up. Claudia remained silent and did not refute. He had also lost confidence. If he did not know Ulu's character well, he would have suspected that Ulu had gone easy on him. I underestimated this guy. His wings are already full. Claudia slowly exhaled a mouthful of foul air, his heart heavy. At this time, the cabin door opened, and Ulu walked in. Because he was really afraid that Black Star would scatter his ashes, he had run away as soon as he saw that the situation was not good. His injuries were very light, but he looked like he was in a trance, unable to accept that he had lost so easily. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Everyone turned to look at him with mixed feelings. They didn't know what to say. Brother, you asked for this first battle yourself. Thank you for helping us. Chapter 1322. Beep beep. At this time, Verina's encrypted communicator rang. The face of President Lewis of Radiance appeared on the screen with a dissatisfied expression. The leaders of the three universal civilizations were also watching the live broadcast of the battlefield. They were quite dissatisfied with the results of the battle. What are you guys doing? I didn't ask you guys to go over and support him to get beaten up. Verina had no choice but to walk to the side and explain in a low voice. I'm sorry. I wanted to test him earlier, but Black Star's strength was too different from the intelligence reports. There was an accident. Lewis was silent for a few seconds, suppressing the shock and anger in his heart. Don't be careless anymore. Ulu lost so easily, and it's not good for Radiance's reputation. I don't want something like this to happen again. Okay. Verina hung up the communication with a helpless expression. They had only lost for a short while, and the higher-ups were already questioning them. Normally, the upper echelons would not be so impatient. They must have also been shocked by the battle earlier and could not sit still anymore. So they quickly hinted for the direct members to increase their strength. She knew very well why the upper echelons wanted to recruit all the direct members. They thought that with so many direct members working together, even if they could not kill Black Star, they could at least rely on the advantage of numbers to beat Black Star back. At first, Verina was very confident, but now she was a little scared. The upper echelons had such an idea because of the intelligence reports on Black Star's strength. However, Black Star's most recent public battle record was still in the battle with Manison a few decades ago. At that time, the two of them were evenly matched, and Black Star spent a lot of effort to defeat the Lord's avatar of the Mecha Empire. Therefore, in the eyes of the three universal civilizations, Black Star was on the same level as peak Manison. Although he had a slight advantage in terms of strength, there was no fundamental difference. Therefore, the three universal civilizations felt that as long as they pulled out all their direct members, it would be enough to teach Black Star a lesson. After all, they had three peak beyond grade as on their side, and the God's Chosen One was publicly recognized as the strongest among them. Even the Mecha Empire would be defeated, so there was no reason for them to lose. However, the strength that Black Star displayed just now refreshed the understanding of the three universal civilizations. Ulu, who was also in the top echelon, actually lost in such an embarrassing manner. Black Star clearly did not use his full strength, not even forcing out his signature ability. Although he knew that Black Star had been developing in a low-key manner for decades, and the information was outdated, the gap was too big. What should we do next? Everyone suppressed their emotions and looked at each other. Although they were shocked, they still had to carry out the mission given to them by their superiors. Verina pondered for a while and said, "The target's strength is beyond our expectations. It seems that we can only fight him with numbers. Let's discuss how to deal with him." The group of people started discussing as if they were facing a great enemy. They were all stunned by Han Zhao's strength. Even if they wanted to surround and beat him up, they did not dare act rashly before they came up with a reliable plan. Wernos stood at the edge of the crowd and did not participate in the discussion. He looked up at the porthole and stared at Han Zhao, who was floating in the starry sky in the distance. The expression in his eyes changed, and he muttered to himself. His energy rank is estimated to be above 110,000. At least one of his god's trait transformation routes has been perfected. It's worth enlightening. On the other side, in the mechanical race flagship, the crew members were encouraged by this crushing battle and cheered. In front of the porthole, Manison silently looked at Han Zhao's back. Although his doppelganger did not have any expression, his heart was in turmoil. This guy's already so strong? Manison was also shocked. His impression of Han Zhao was still the same as before. It had been a long time since he saw Blackstar fight. Although he knew that he was most likely no match for Blackstar, he did not expect the gap to be so huge. Even if he were to deal with Ulu, he would not be able to do it so easily. If they did not fight until the sky was dark, there would not be a winner. Blackstar is becoming more and more unfathomable. How did he train? Realizing that Blackstar had left him behind and that he could no longer understand Han Zhao's limits, Manison could not help but feel complicated and a little jealous. However, after hesitating for a few seconds, Manison felt relieved and sighed softly in his heart. Perhaps only such a person had the ability to lead the beyond grade as to a higher level. Having such a leader was the blessing of the beyond grade as of this era. Perhaps the only thing Blackstar lacked was his foundation. Manison's eyes moved, and he made up his mind. He was not a stingy person. If Blackstar needed it now, he would not mind lending his own machinery to Blackstar. With Blackstar's ability and my foundation, it's probably hard to find a match in the universe. Manison's thoughts quickly turned. Like I said, the three universal civilizations are too arrogant. How could they casually send out someone comparable to Blackstar? Joey and the other three stay-at-home old men looked relieved as they watched the broadcast. They had only fought Blackstar more than a year ago, so they were the group of people who knew Blackstar's strength the best in the entire universe. Back then, their confidence had collapsed, and they had not completely recovered until now. Seeing Blackstar scared them. When they saw that the three universal civilizations had only sent Ulu out, Joey and the others were extremely surprised. They thought that the three universal civilizations had hidden dragons and crouching tigers, having experts on par with Blackstar. This made them feel uneasy. However, when they saw the one-sided battle, Joey and the others realized that they had been overthinking. It was a false alarm. They thought that the one who made the move was a big brother, but it turned out to be a stinky little brother. The intelligence of the three universal civilizations is too outdated. Just one peak beyond grade is probably not enough to fill the gaps between Blackstar's teeth. Joey shook his head. If they want to gain the upper hand, they can only fight with numbers, just like how we did back then. Joey was a little embarrassed. Blackstar seems to have a very easy time dealing with the four of us. I wonder where his limit is. He's hiding his strength. Do you think he expected this day to come long ago, so he kept a low profile in the outside world for decades? Who knows? The few of them whispered. In the middle of the battlefield in the mechanical race's territory, after beating Ulu away, the three universal civilizations seemed to be shocked and did not immediately send out any newcomers to fight. Han Zhao sat on the mechanical throne and calmed down again. Looks like the three universal civilizations didn't have high expectations of my strength. Looking at the three universal civilizations' fleets, Han Zhao secretly curled his lips. He had been developing in a low profile for decades, quietly accumulating his strength during this period. Only the Holy Covenant, Shunner, and Kasui had seen his strength. The outside world knew almost nothing about it. The main reason was that he did not have a chance to fight openly. The circle of beyond grade, as was still very narrow, and there were only a few who could fight. When he beat up Joey and the others more than a year ago, Han Zhao had a rough estimate of his strength. without a dozen high-level beyond grade, as it would be very difficult to pose a threat to him. Now, not only were the effects of his various growth talents steadily improving, but he also had the addition of the Ancient Ones in his first exclusive talent. At the same time, he had also derived some special techniques from SWI-001. His previous estimate of his strength was inaccurate again, and the number of beyond grade as he could deal with had increased. Fighting Olu was just an appetizer for him. He had come with the mentality of killing all to show the outside world what kind of strength was worthy of being the leader of the beyond grade A supers. At the same time, he also wanted to try and get some talents. In such a big situation, he did not believe that he would not have a chance to fight if he stood out in his own name. Seeing that the three universal civilizations were not moving for the time being, Han Xiao did not stay idle. He opened the interface and saw that the mission triggered by Olu had been completed. Beyond Grade A Challenge Mission, Golden Ring Olu completed. You have completed all mission requirements. You have received 860 billion EXP. You have received Character Summon Card, Golden Ring Olu. Character Summon Card, Golden Ring Olu. Golden Treasure Ship, RAM. Condense the energy of the Golden Treasure Ship dimension in your body and perform a long-distance charge. During the charge, you will be in super armor state, immune to all crowd control skills, dealing high melee damage. Maximum number of uses, 0/3. Oh, a face charging skill. Good stuff. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled, and he accepted it with a smile. It was a pity that Olu did not use this skill earlier. Otherwise, he would have been able to move his muscles and give him a good beating. If there's a chance in the future, I'll see if I can get a taunt skill. I feel like this is the only shortcoming in my combat system, Han Xiao pondered. If he could make the enemy jump into his arms just by yelling "come here," he felt excited just thinking about it. Shaking his head, he put away his distracting thoughts and looked at the ability Draw Notifications. You have received Draw one of Olu's abilities, skill/talent. Tip: Olu is an Esper. Some of the abilities you can draw have been automatically adjusted according to your class. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Please choose one of the 5 abilities below as your reward. 1. Fine Energy Control. Talent. Greatly enhances energy control, increases energy resistance by 10%. 2. Secondary Dimension Affinity. Talent. Increases the chances of establishing a connection with certain secondary dimensions. When borrowing the power of the secondary dimensions, the effect will be improved in all aspects. 3. Activity Jump. Ability stimulates cells, temporarily increases cell activity. Plus 10% to 20% health, energy, and constitution. Plus 50% to 100% basic recovery speed. Lasts for 15 minutes. 4. Exquisite Taste. Talent. Plus 15% CHA, making it easier for you to gain the favorability of certain people. 5. Phase Blink. Ability uses the secondary dimensions to move in a phase, allowing you to temporarily dodge most attacks. Cool down, 6 minutes. I didn't get anything. My luck is still SOSO. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. After all, there were different professions. Most of the core abilities of Espers could not be drawn. Surprises like gods were not always available. After glancing at it, Han Xiao quickly made his choice. You have received the talent Secondary Dimension Affinity. He currently had a connection with the Void Dimension and the Underworld Dimension. His racial talents were also related to the Void Dimension. Choosing this talent could also indirectly strengthen his talent. As for the other options, they were either too ordinary or there were substitutes. Pick the best out of the worst. In comparison, the ability of this character summon card was actually better. After all, it was the super armor state that made him immune to control. After calculating the rewards, Han Xiao saw that the 3 universal civilizations still did not make a move, so he decided to browse the forums. This wait lasted for more than half a day. When there were only 8.5 days left, the 3 universal civilizations finally made their second move. The 13 direct beyond grade as stepped out of the crowd and came to the front. Han Xiao then closed the forums and sized them up. He saw that Claudi and Olu were among them too. They were clearly the leaders. This lineup was already quite ridiculous. If it was a head-on battle, other than the gods chosen, no one in the universe could deal with them. Furthermore, unlike the defense of Hela, where actors ran rampant, this team had the same goal and would not go easy on them. Yo, not fighting one-on-one anymore, Han Xiao said with a mocking tone. Ola's expression was ugly. He had just been beaten into a daze, but now that he had adjusted, he was flustered. He felt that he had lost all his face. If he had known this would happen, he would not have spoken so confidently. How embarrassing. This time, Claudia took over and slowly said, "Black Star, your strength is indeed outstanding. However, since you've taken the initiative to challenge us, you shouldn't mind fighting with more people, right? Whatever. No matter how many beyond great as you send, as long as you can beat me back, our previous agreement will still be valid." Han Xiao did not mind. Claudia nodded. Suddenly, he changed the topic and said, "His Excellency the ruler wants me to ask you a question. God was actually killed by you, right?" As soon as he said that, the other direct members looked over. Even the spectators were stunned. God's incident had once caused quite a stir, and many people had a vague impression of it. Now that it was brought up again, many people recalled it. "Oh, I'm warning you. Although we're enemies, I won't admit to it." Han Zhao's expression did not change. Claudia did not give up and said with a deep voice, "You were originally an ally of the dynasty, so we didn't suspect you. However, there were too many suspicious points about what happened back then. In recent years, you've been getting more and more out of hand, so you've become more and more suspicious. There's enough reason to attack God. Sorokin might not be the murderer, but just the target." Han Xiao waved his hand, interrupted him, and casually said, "You have to have evidence before you speak. I never had the intention to kill God. You think you can clear your name?" "Yeah, I have a clear conscience." Han Xiao did not mind. "Of course, I didn't have the intention to kill God. I just sealed him and spared his life. This is not a lie. Furthermore, other than himself, probably no one else knew that God was ES God. He never regretted capturing this guy, but it was a pity that no one knew his contribution." As he spoke, Han Xiao stood up from his throne, and the doors of the secondary dimensional army box opened on both sides of him. Facing such a formation, Han Xiao did not dare be careless. These 13 direct members were not simple. The 3 universal civilizations had probably given each of them a universal treasure, so they might have some trump cards. Furthermore, when they worked together, the power they could unleash was not just a simple addition. However, while he valued his opponents, he would not show it. 13 beyond great as, "I'll make do. At least I can use a little more strength." As he spoke, the black mechanical army descended again. This time, they gathered around Han Xiao and quickly combined. He used his mechanical deity right away. Seeing this, Claudia and the others spread out, forming a half-encirclement formation. They all emitted energy waves, colliding with Han Zhao's aura. The energy readings in the field soared rapidly, and the space-time stability rate began to fluctuate greatly. Just as the two sides were about to clash, another mechanical deity suddenly appeared in the mechanical race fleet. It was Manison, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The next moment, Manison suddenly threw the mechanical Emperor Trident in his hands toward Han Xiao. The pile of universal treasures on the mechanical deity's body also disintegrated and flew toward Han Xiao. Han Xiao reached out and caught the mechanical Emperor Trident that was wrapped in electric arcs. Manison's mechanical deity equipment was also loaded onto his mechanical deity's body, completing the integration seamlessly. The control was handed over to Han Xiao, and the appearance of the mechanical deity immediately became much more gorgeous. He looked back in surprise and heard Manison speak in the channel. "Since they're outnumbering me, I'll lend you my weapon. Although I don't need it, thanks." Han Xiao weighed the mechanical Emperor Trident with complicated feelings. Old Manison has always valued the confidentiality of technology and treated these universal treasures like his wives. Usually, I can only steal them secretly, but now he's actually willing to lend them to me. F***, I'm touched. Han Xiao turned to look at Claudia and the others, who were waiting for him. He skillfully twisted the halberd shaft, and streams of cold psionic energy flowed on the halberd blade, leaving a wave-like afterimage on the retina of the spectators. Old Manison, since you're so generous this time, I'll show you the new job of a mechanic. As soon as he said that, streams of blood energy suddenly exploded, quickly crawling all over the body of the mechanical deity, and its appearance underwent subtle changes. These endless streams of blood energy seemed to be weaving flesh and blood on the mechanical deity's body. A strange energy wave spread out, bringing an even stronger pressure to the beyond grade as present. Claudia and the others, as well as Manison, were all shocked. They stared at Han Xiao, whose appearance was rapidly changing, in surprise. Why is this guy's mechanical deity different from the others? Thank you for the 10,000 reward from the short and powerless leather armor. Thank you for the 10,000 reward from Qi Jiang. End of chapter. Chapter 13:23. In the blink of an eye, the black mechanical deity changed its appearance. Countless pieces of flesh grew out from the gaps of the mechanical structure like the roots of a plant, quickly taking root in its enormous body. The original mechanical body seemed to have turned into a skeleton, and the knotted flesh covered it. It turned from a mechanical giant into a biochemical giant. During the transformation process, the energy fluctuations released by Han Xiao seemed to be magnified at the same time, and the individual energy readings that broke the record were displayed on the radar screens of the various battleships. At the same time, the bright red blood energy and the golden mechanical force arcs intertwined with each other. Like steam, they continuously emitted from the surface of the mechanical deity. It was very eye-catching, and the surrounding mechanical army reflected the light, making the battlefield look golden red. Claudia and the others looked at this scene in shock. They only felt a vague pressure coming at them, and their hearts palpitated, awakening the memories that had been sealed for a long time. This feeling was like the life-level pressure they had experienced when they were young. It had been a long time since they had entered the beyond Grade A realm. What the hell is this? I've never seen a mechanical deity of this type. Olu's expression changed drastically. I've never seen other mechanics use it either. It's most likely Black Star's self-created technology. It seems to have the shadow of the polar channel flow. It should be some kind of explosive method. It doesn't look simple. Be careful. Claudia's expression was extremely solemn. On the other side, Manison also opened his eyes wide in shock. What kind of move is this? As a veteran mechanic, he actually did not understand at first and was very confused. This does not look like something a mechanic should do. What kind of things does Black Star usually research? However, after taking a closer look, Manison suddenly noticed some details. There seems to be traces of felon technology. Could Black Star have reverse-trained felons? Manison was a little confused. Just as everyone was shocked, the space around the mechanical deity trembled, and an energy ring suddenly exploded where the mechanical deity was. When they looked again, the huge body of the mechanical deity suddenly disappeared from where it was, leaving behind a series of electric traces. It had already arrived in front of Claudia and the others. It was as though it had teleported, and its size did not slow down its speed at all. A wave of blue psionic energy swept up by the halberd, as if it had pierced through the dark curtain of the universe and instantly arrived before Claudia's eyes. Get a ripple fist, vortex blade. At this critical moment, Claudia took a deep breath and absorbed the dark energy that filled the universe. It rolled over like a tide and collided with the halberd blade. Bang! The next moment, a circular shockwave suddenly burst out from the point of collision. Claudia's figure shot out like a cannonball, like a beam of light. He instantly pierced through a row of battleships, leaving behind a series of openings. In just one exchange, the national pillar of the Red Empire, the Dark Emperor, was sent flying. The mini-direct beyond grade as immediately reacted. They did not have the time to be shocked and immediately used their own methods to cooperate with each other and surround Han Xiao. The battle instantly began. At the same time, Claudia's serious voice sounded in the team channel. Don't fight him head on. Claudia finally stopped his momentum and ran back to the battlefield. His entire body was covered in a crystal yellow prismatic shield, which was now filled with cracks. This shield was not his skill, but a protective universal treasure that he had activated. It had extremely strong defensive power. Since the three universal civilizations had sent them, the direct members, to suppress Blackstar, they naturally would not be stingy with their universal treasures and gave a few to each direct member. Although he was not injured, the power of Han Zhao's stab still made Claudia speechless. Although the defense of this protective universal treasure he used was not as strong as the space-time amber, it was still extremely outstanding. If the peak damage did not reach the standard, it could almost be immune to all attacks. Even he would have to charge up for a while before he could break it. He did not expect Han Zhao to shatter it so easily. Hearing Claudia's reminder, the dozen or so direct beyond grade is spread out and surrounded him. The mechanics summoned their troops, and the mages also summoned their summoned creatures, covering the sky and restraining Han Zhao. At the same time, Han Zhao's mechanical army also followed and participated in the battle. Both sides had their human wave tactics, and it immediately turned into a huge chaotic battle. Han Zhao turned into a mechanical deity, and the mechanical emperor's sacred halberd swung wildly, cutting through the sea of people. Basically, he would be injured or killed if he touched the halberd. As the halberd swept past, large swaths of enemy troops were crushed. Their long-range weapons were not idle either. They continuously unleashed their firepower and chased after the direct beyond grade as. Their bodies were also covered with electromagnetic, spatial, and other force fields. Once they got close, they would either be frozen in midair or crushed. This form of the mechanical deity was the product of Han Zhao's imitation of SWY-001. It was called Mechanical Deity, Semi-Living Body. With SWY-001 as the blueprint, it was a special transformation technology formed by fusing many abilities. It was the advanced version of the mechanical deity, and its various functions were much higher than the normal version. The prerequisite was not only polar channel flow, blood rage, but also Hela's death energy and Aurora's life energy. Over the years, he had studied the principles and characteristics of these two special energies through the energy analysis of the God Character Summon card. He had obtained some results and fused them, which allowed the blood energy to turn into flesh and blood again. At the same time, he did use part of the principles of the Felon technology to successfully balance the symbiotic relationship between the supercells and the mechanical structure. These flesh and blood tissues greatly increased the output of energy. However, the reason why it was semi-living body was because the functions of the flesh and blood tissues were not complete enough. The ideal state was the model of SWY-001, where the flesh and blood tissues both increased the output of energy and provided energy. It was balanced and perfect like an independent life form. However, Han Zhao did not completely replicate this mechanism. The flesh and blood cells that covered the mechanical deity only increased the output of energy, but it was very difficult for them to generate energy. This meant that the energy consumption increased, but the upper limit of his mana did not change. The supply broke the balance. He did not know if it was because the flesh and blood of a single person formed some kind of conservation, but he could not reach the state of SWY-001. As a result, the consumption of maintaining mechanical deity, semi-living body, was extremely high. Even a peak beyond grade A's mana bar could not handle it. However, Han Zhao's evolution path had reached the peak of the void system and was already connected to the void dimension. Just like Hisui, he could borrow the power of the void. Even if he did not take a beating, he could still absorb an almost infinite amount of mana. Han Zhao's instantaneous burst of power was too shocking, and the direct beyond grade as covered their heads and fled. However, after the initial shock, Claudia and the others gradually adapted to this pressure. The two sides fought fiercely, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Claudia and Olu were both peak beyond grade, as in the first tier. Their energy ranks were definitely over 90,000, and they had received all kinds of enhancements. Although they were not Han Zhao's match in a one-on-one battle, when they worked together, their combat power increased exponentially. This was especially so when their Esper abilities were the type of firepower bombardment, so they did not care about the amount of mana they had. They were extremely suitable for this kind of large-scale team battle. Together with their various protective universal treasures, they took on more than 50% of Han Zhao's firepower. Furthermore, Claudia and Olu had a group of strong teammates. They were not the only direct beyond grade, as whose energy ranks were over 70,000. Most of the people guarding the secondary dimension bases were elites, and they usually did not show their faces. ZZZ. Streaks of plasma arcs of various sizes formed jumping lightning chains and rampaged through the mechanical army, causing massive damage. Guzer was wrapped in bright blue lightning, and he created a lightning storm all by himself. From time to time, he would raise his hands and shoot out countless electromagnetic cannons, which bombarded Han Zhao's protective force field and exploded into sparks. He was someone who joined the army in the same era as Claudia. Although his potential was not as great as Claudia's, he was still a powerful beyond grade A super. Otherwise, he would not have been sent by the dynasty to guard the secondary dimension outpost all year round. On the other side, Saint Monin, who was disguised as a monk, flashed through the mechanical army with the help of some kind of phase-shifting universal treasure. His punches and kicks were neither fast nor slow, and it was as if they were hitting an invisible barrier. The particles in a large area resonated, causing continuous vibration damage to Han Zhao's mechanical army. Although he was a pugilist, the large number of universal treasures on him made up for many of his shortcomings. Army leader Padro summoned countless summoned creatures and alchemy golems to fight with Han Zhao's mechanical army. There were also many boss-level units that did not care about casualties and crazily restrained Han Zhao's apostle weapons. Army Flag, Enid continued to activate her ability, providing a large-scale buff to all her allies present. The 13 direct beyond grade, as were not only individually strong, but their teamwork was also very good. Together with their universal treasures, they were in a stalemate with Han Zhao for a while, and even resisted the pressure of dozens of apostle weapons. Han Zhao's side was not to be outdone either. The universal treasures he had built over the years took turns to be used. Even when facing such a luxurious lineup, he was still able to attack and defend. After sending Claudia flying with his halberd again, Han Zhao glanced at the battlefield and thought quickly. Although the battlefield was in a stalemate, he was not under much pressure. The main reason was that the threat of his opponents was limited. Although he would not be able to break through the encirclement of these people in a short time, the situation was not dangerous. He had the absolute advantage in terms of individual strength. As long as he fought them one-on-one, he would be able to crush them. Be it Claudia or Olu, neither of them would be able to block his ferocious attacks. However, the others would definitely come up to restrain him and work closely together to resolve this danger. Let's start with the weak link first and find a breakthrough. The essence of a group fight was to catch one person and beat them up. Han Zhao changed his target without hesitation. With a turn of his halberd, he charged toward one of the weaker direct beyond grade as. Seeing this, the other direct beyond grade as hurriedly gathered their firepower. Han Zhao was not bothered. Bathed in the cannon fire, the Mechanic Emperor's sacred halberd flew up and down, slashing his opponent until they were in a mess. Boom! The huge halberd blade smashed down again, and blood suddenly exploded in midair. This direct beyond grade, it was sent flying and heavily injured. Han Zhao was about to rush up and finish him off, but the other 10 or so people did not care about their injuries and held him back. On the other side, a tractor beam shot out from the main ship of the 3 universal civilizations and sucked the injured away. The next moment, another 3 direct beyond grade as flew out of the main ship and joined the battle. Han Zhao's opponents suddenly increased to 15. The situation returned to a stalemate, and the pressure increased. Seeing this, Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Adding fuel to the fire? He immediately understood the plan of the three universal civilizations. They would leave a group of direct, beyond grades behind. As long as someone was heavily injured by him, they would immediately bring the injured back for treatment. At the same time, they would send more people to join the battle. This would give the direct beyond grade as a chance to rest and recover. This was equivalent to going up and fighting a few rounds before coming down to rest. Then, someone else would go up and continue fighting, making use of their advantage in numbers. After all, Han Xiao was only one person and could not rest. Meanwhile, the three universal civilizations had dozens of direct members, so they had made up their mind to take turns fighting him. They would exhaust him until he ran out of ammunition. They wanted to win, but they did not want to suffer any casualties. TSK enough. Han Xiao curled his lips and did not say anything. After all, there was no rule that said the three universal civilizations could not fight like this. Since they want to fight a war of attrition, let's see who can last longer. He shook his head, threw away all distracting thoughts, and focused on the battle. The two sides fought endlessly. This battle lasted for 6 days and 6 nights. The battlefield had been moved many times. The battlefield was filled with mechanical debris and the corpses of summoned creatures. The size of the troops on both sides had shrunk significantly, be it Han Zhao's mech legion or the various direct beyond grade, as both sides suffered heavy casualties. The mechanical deity that Han Xiao had transformed into was still fighting fiercely with Claudia and the others. However, in comparison, Han Xiao was still full of energy. Many of the direct beyond grade, as were already showing signs of fatigue. The number of direct beyond grade, as fighting at the same time, had increased to 21. After 6 consecutive days of high-intensity battles, most of them were exhausted, and their condition was constantly deteriorating. Even after more than 10 rounds, they still could not hold on much longer. The news media did not miss a single second, broadcasting everything in real time. Not many galactic residents could stay in front of the screen, but no matter when they turned on the program, they would still see the scene of the two sides fighting fiercely. Who knew how many people pray day and night for Black Star to lose quickly? However, despite being surrounded by such a luxurious lineup, Black Star was still as strong as ever, not showing any signs of losing. Many galactic residents went from shock at the beginning to despair and finally numbness. They stared blankly at the fierce battle on the screen, their minds blank. What kind of monster is Black Star? Doesn't he know how to get tired? Seeing that there was no hope of ending the war, even more galactic residents were flustered and exasperated. They racked their brains to attack Han Xiao, as if being strong had become a sin. All their anger, panic, and dissatisfaction found an outlet to venting on Han Xiao. It was as if they were powerless. The morale of the three universal civilization soldiers had been getting lower and lower over the past few days. They were shocked out of their wits by Black Star's strength. Their own upper echelons had given up their pride and attacked him with numbers for a few days. It was already embarrassing enough to fight him one after another, but now, not only were they unable to take him down, they were even killed. Weren't they still being beaten up? The Beyond Grade, as who were watching the battle for various channels, were even more shocked. They knew how difficult it was better than anyone else. It was as if they were seeing Han Xiao for the first time. They were all shocked. Although they had always known that their president was very strong, this was way too strong. In the history of supers, there had never been such an epic battle record. Many Beyond Grade, as could only sigh at their inferiority. The way they saw it, with the strength Black Star displayed, he had probably surpassed all the Beyond Grade as recorded in the history of the explored universe. What the F*** is Old Black still human? I finally understand the meaning of the version name. Is this the meaning of the Black Star's era? This is way too strong. Who else is there? Compared to the others, the players were the most excited. After watching the action movie for 6 days, they were already boiling. No matter what the reactions of the various parties were, the battle still continued. Clang, clang, clang. The halberd danced and chased after one of the direct Beyond Grade, as shattering the other party's shield and causing blood to splatter in midair. Just as Han Xiao was about to deal the finishing blow, Claudi and Ulu blocked in front of him again. Dark energy and gold energy shot out and clashed with the halberd. Boom! A dazzling explosion occurred. Claudi and Ulu retreated with blood spurting out of their mouths. Their injuries worsened again. At the same time, the heavily damaged mechanical emperor's sacred halberd finally could not bear the burden anymore. It shattered into pieces and exploded into the sky. Han Zhao's hands were empty. He looked down and scanned the surroundings. All the direct beyond grade, as who surrounded him, were injured and exhausted. Looks like you guys won't be able to last much longer. Han Xiao clenched his fists and took out a close combat mechanical weapon that looked like a spear. It was black and gold all over, and the tip of the spear was a hexagonal pyramid. It was also a universal treasure that came from Jay's technology treasure. Claudi coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He forced himself to focus and said, "You don't have many troops left either. It's enough. You and Ulu, on the other hand, don't seem to be able to last much longer. The others can take turns, but you guys can't leave. Can you still hold on?" Han Xiao did not mind. Claudi was silent. He could not refute. The other direct members could take turns to rest, but without him or Ulu, the team would definitely not be able to stop Black Star. They would only be destroyed. Therefore, in the past 6 days, the two of them had not rested at all. They were covered in wounds. Although they did not lack energy, their injuries were not light. They were almost at the end of their rope. If only the God's Chosen was willing to help. Unfortunately, he had been watching coldly from the sidelines for the past 6 days and did not make a move at all. It was as if he was really just there to support them. There were only 2 days left until the deadline. The mission given by the higher-ups would probably not be completed. Just as Claudi decided to give it one last try, a helpless sigh suddenly sounded in the team channel. This time, a figure flew out from the main ship of the 3 universal civilizations and entered the battlefield. Everyone turned around, and their expressions changed. It was Wernos, who had been silent for a few days. Ignoring his teammates, Wernos looked up at Han Xiao, shook his head helplessly, and sighed. "Black Star, although we've only met once, I actually admire you a lot and don't want to fight with you. Unfortunately, I'm still a direct member of the Arcane Church. I can't disobey orders." Then, ignoring everyone's reaction, Wernos stretched out his finger and pointed at Han Xiao. An invisible energy vibrated, and a white gold light suddenly flew out of the mechanical deity's body and entered Wernos' body. At this moment, the phantom of a huge mechanical deity suddenly appeared from his back. The next moment, this mechanical deity separated from his main body and quickly materialized. It had Wernos' face, but its appearance was extremely similar to Han Zhao's mechanical deity, as if they were twins. Chapter 1324. In the messy battlefield, a second living mechanical deity was born out of thin air. The weapons and equipment on it were almost identical to Han Zhao's mechanical deity. It was like a replica made with him as the blueprint. At this time, this fake mechanical deity was expressionless as it confronted Han Xiao from afar. Powerful energy waves were constantly being released. This scene shocked countless galactic residents, and their shocked gazes focused on Wernos. Another new beyond grade, A, has appeared? I don't think I've seen this person before. What ability is this? It looks very powerful. I know this person. He's the high priest of the Arcane Church. Many galactic residents widened their eyes, and a faint hope was born in their hearts. Among the beyond grade, as Wernos was an anomaly. His past achievements could be counted on one hand, and he had been living in seclusion for many years. The Arcane Church had never publicized his name, so his presence was not high in the outside world. If not for specially checking the information, some ordinary people might not even know that such a person existed in the universe. However, in the Beyond Grade A circle, this guy was recognized as the strongest. Seeing Wernos appear, Ulu heaved a sigh of relief and was a little angry. "You're finally willing to make a move. I thought you would continue to watch. Good Lord, we've worked so hard to fight Han Xiao for 6 days and 6 nights. We're exhausted, But you only made a move now. Did you see the opportunity and deliberately come up to turn the tide? Wernos glanced at the many direct members and sighed. It's been hard on you guys. I'm enough here. You guys go and rest. It's already like this, and you still want to fight him one-on-one. Claudia immediately frowned. I don't like to bully others with numbers. Wernos shook his head. You think we like it? Claudia frowned. This is a mission given to us by the higher-ups. If you participate in the siege, we have the greatest chance of taking down Black Star. You still want to fight one-on-one even now? Aren't you being too unreasonable? Wernos looked at him and said calmly, just now, the higher-ups gave me a death order and asked me to help. However, I told them that unless it's a one-on-one battle, I won't participate. They agreed to my request. If you have any objections, you can report them to the leader of the Red Empire. If you don't need help now, I'll go back and wait. Claudia frowned and opened the channel to communicate with the dynasty's upper echelons. He took a deep look at Wernos and flew toward the main ship without saying anything. The others also received the notice from the higher-ups. They glanced at Wernos with complicated expressions and left the battlefield. In an instant, apart from the wreckage that filled the sky, only Han Shao and Wernos were left on the battlefield. Han Shao had been watching from the sidelines, and when he saw the other direct descendants leave, his eyes flashed. Your ability is interesting. Wernos did not respond to this sentence. He changed the topic and slowly said, I've observed you for 6 to 7 days. I'm afraid you've already stepped into the threshold of a higher level. I'm not a person who likes to fight. If possible, I really don't want to fight you, but this time Han Shao waved his hand and interrupted the other party. We don't have much of a relationship, so you don't have to explain anything to me. Many people say that you're recognized as the strongest beyond grade A. I've always wanted to fight you. As he spoke, he turned to look at the other living mechanical deity that seemed to be carved out of the same mold and narrowed his eyes. I have to say, with such an ability, you do have the capital to be the strongest, but an imitation is still an imitation. When Wernos used his ability earlier, Han Zhao's interface also triggered a battle notification, showing that he was affected by an ability called God's Incarnation, Enlighten. Although it took effect, it did not cause him any damage or abnormal status. Han Shao had planned ahead. Before the mechanical race's territory was surrounded, he had already expected that he might fight Wernos. Therefore, he had asked Kasuyi and the others about this person and knew that Enlighten Gods was one of Wernos' abilities. He could materialize some conceptualized gods into powerful entities called God's Incarnation. The God's Incarnation was an independent entity that was separated from the main body. It was usually called the God's Incarnation and had all kinds of abilities that existed in this god, but not all of them. The strength and number of abilities were not only related to Wernos' personal strength, but also the size and degree of faith of the believers who believed in this god. However, the target of Wernos' transformation also included everything that had divinity. Peak beyond grade, as who had activated the god's trait transformation, were naturally among them. When the target of transformation was not a concept but an actual entity, he could directly inherit most of the strength and abilities of the target, not requiring the faith of believers. According to the upper echelons of the association, if they fought Wernos, the first stage would be to deal with a mirror-like self. At the same time, they would have to deal with Wernos and the other gods' incarnations. This was one of the reasons why he was recognized as the strongest. His combat strength was extremely flexible, and the stronger he was, the stronger he became. What was even more perverse was that if a god's incarnation that existed in a physical body was killed by an external force, the damage would be reflected back to the transformed body. This meant that when a peak beyond grade A killed the mirror-like self, it was equivalent to dealing a second blow to himself. Some of the ancient ones told him a secret. A long time ago, the success rate of Wernos enlightening a god was limited. Relying on his own ability, he did not succeed every time. However, Wernos' ability was a match made in heaven with the Arcane Church. He had obtained many related universal treasures from the Arcane Church and established a deep soul connection. The success rate of enlightening a god was constant at 100%. In terms, it was directly skipping the judgment process. Among these universal treasures, there was also a core treasure that the arcane church regarded as the national treasure. It could be said to be the cornerstone of ethereal unification of all the religions in the galactic society. Wernos was perfectly compatible with it, as if he was born for it. The only good news was that the combat information showed that after he was enlightened once, he would be immune for a long time. This meant that Wernos would not be able to continuously enlighten the same target in a short period of time. Furthermore, there was a certain limit to the duration and number of God's incarnations. Even with Han Zhao's experience, he had to admit that Wernos' ability system was extremely OP. It was almost like he was cheating. Scary. This ability is a bit like an alternative character summon card. The level of shamelessness is almost on par with mine. The corners of Han Zhao's mouth twitched, and his heart skipped a beat. From the looks of it, they were all professional cheaters. Today would probably be the peak battle between cheaters. All kinds of information flashed through his mind, but Han Zhao's movements were not slow. He gathered the remaining mechanical army and attacked Wernos. At the same time, he controlled the mechanical deity to charge forward, and the heavy spear stabbed out quickly. At this time, another heavy mechanical spear appeared from the side and intercepted Han Zhao's attack. The tips of the spears collided. Bang! An intense psionic shockwave exploded, and the two heavy spears were in a stalemate. Your opponent is me. The fake mechanical deity with Wernos' face spoke calmly, and dark blue lightning flashed all over its body. Yo, you can talk. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he suddenly twisted the spear in his hand. The heavy spear in his hand spun rapidly, and a huge amount of energy burst out, instantly bouncing off the tip of the opponent's spear. Then, like a black dragon drilling through a hole, it pierced into the fake mechanical deity's chest. Compressed psionic energy shot out from the tip of the spear, and blood, flesh, and metal splattered everywhere. At this time, the fake mechanical deity immediately counterattacked as if it did not feel any pain, and the heavy spear stabbed back. Seeing this, Han Zhao instantly pulled out his spear to block. A dazzling electric arc exploded at the point of contact, and the surging force pushed Han Zhao away. Han Zhao looked up and saw a wound that almost went through the fake mechanical deity's chest. It was extremely tragic, but the next moment, the flesh and machinery around the wound began to wriggle and grow, slowly recovering. Tisk, as expected. Like me, you're an unkillable cockroach. Han Zhao clicked his tongue. The super recovery ability of his main body was also discovered by this god incarnation. The fake mechanical deity also had an indestructible body, and only a few of its abilities were not copied. Although its combat power was much lower than his main body's, it definitely exceeded the 100,000 energy rank. It was even stronger than first tier beyond grade as like Claudi and Ulu. It definitely had the ability to fight with him. At the same time, the injured apostle weapons led the remaining mechanical army to attack Wernos himself, pouring down like a rain of light. Wernos calmly put his hands together, and colorful spiritual lights appeared on the surface of his body. They quickly enlarged and turned into glowing patterns, forming a huge protective shield that protected him from the rain of light. This time, he opened his palm, and 8 platinum spiritual lights appeared and jumped into his mouth. The next moment, 8 god incarnations of different forms separated from Wernos' main body. They all emitted powerful high-level beyond grade A fluctuations and charged toward the mechanical army from all directions. I'll have to sacrifice again when I get back. Wernos shook his head. Summoning 8 god incarnations at once made his heart ache. A few days ago, when he received the emergency summons, he had collected the divinity of more than 10 god statues in the temple of 10,000 gods and stored it in the ethereal nation weapon in his body. If he wanted to fight, he could directly summon the god incarnations. If he could not fight, he could still put the divinity back. Only he knew that every time he summoned the god incarnations of the god statues in the temple of 10,000 gods, it would consume the divinity that had been stored in the statues for a long time. He would not be able to summon the same god incarnation again in a short period of time. Only long-term sacrifices and prayers could restore the divinity of the statues and summon them again. The combat power of the god incarnations also depended on the density of the divinity in the statues. After summoning them once, he would have to start accumulating them from zero, which was very troublesome and time-consuming. To him, the temple of 10,000 gods that he guarded all year round was an arsenal, and the god statues that contained divinity were ammunition. However, he preferred to treat the temple of 10,000 gods as farmland. Every god statue was a growing crop that needed to be carefully taken care of every day. Unless it was necessary, he did not want to harvest any crops. He knew himself well. With his own ability, he could not easily enlighten 8 god incarnations. However, the ethereal nation weapon had long become one with him. Even if he did not use it actively, the passive buff of perfect compatibility had already raised his enlightening ability to an unbelievable level. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and slammed his body into the fake mechanical deity, pushing it away. Drill-like machines shot out from his waist and bit the fake mechanical deity's abdomen like charging cabins. The psionic decay module hidden inside immediately operated, absorbing the fake mechanical deity's energy in large amounts. While the other party was restrained, Han Shao suddenly turned around and threw his spear at Werno's main body, planning to behead him. Seeing this, Werno squeezed out 2 more streams of divinity. This time, the 2 god incarnations that poked their heads out did not materialize. Instead, they melted and covered Werno's body. His aura suddenly soared, and his hands wrapped in dazzling energy were placed in front of him, not dodging at all. The next moment, the heavy spear swept out horizontally. The difference in size between the 2 sides was huge, and it was like a piece of land was slapped over. Clang! A shock wave burst out, but the result was completely different from Claudia, who was sent flying by the attack. Werno's hands did not change, and he did not move at all. He did not even retreat half a step in a vacuum, but the heavy mechanical spear stopped. It was as if an ant had stopped a collapsed mountain. It was extremely shocking. Glancing at Han Shao, Wernos did not say anything. He only retreated at a leisurely pace, as if he did not care about the attack just now and was not worried about Han Zhao's pursuit at all. It really can't move. As expected of the church's national treasure, Han Shao frowned. According to the insider, the ethereal national treasure had the characteristic of unbreakable, and its resistance was shockingly high. These abilities were also shared with Wernos. The strength of the god chosen was largely due to the ethereal national treasure. Fighting with this guy was not just a battle between individuals, but also the highest technological achievement of a universal civilization. Therefore, when Beyond Great is fought, Wernos was rarely included because it was simply bullying. At this time, the fake mechanical deity broke free from the control and pounced forward to launch a series of fierce attacks, making Han Zhao's mechanical deity unable to escape. After 6 days and 6 nights of fighting, Han Shao was not completely unscathed. His mechanical army also suffered heavy casualties, and most of them were sent to the Dimension Factory for repair. At this time, only 20 to 30% of his army was left, and most of them had been abandoned and modified several times. Facing the lively Wernos and the gods' incarnations, it was extremely difficult. Han Shao dealt with the crazy attacks of the fake mechanical deity. He glanced at the bad situation and narrowed his eyes. Wernos lives up to his name. Looks like this is going to be a tough battle. Luckily, I held back. I know how to steal men, too. On the main ship of the 3 universal civilizations, Claudia and the other direct Beyond Grade as had already treated their wounds. They gathered on the bridge and watched the fierce battle between Black Star and Wernos. Seeing that Wernos was evenly matched with Black Star, who had beaten them to a pulp, everyone felt a little upset. How many years has it been since I last saw a god's chosen fight? What terrifying strength. Gyuzer stroked his beard and sighed. Umph, if I had a universal treasure like the ethereal national treasure, I would be this strong too. Ulu's tone was sour. The prerequisite is that the Radiant Federation can build it. Francisco shrugged. Who are you looking down on? Verena snorted unwillingly. The group chatted casually, which lightened the heavy atmosphere a little. Ulu turned around and saw that Claudia was standing by the side, without saying anything. He could not help but say, "We've exhausted Black Star for 6 days and 6 nights, and Wernos only came out to fight now. Maybe he wants to reap the fruits of victory. If he defeats Black Star, not only will he take all the fame for himself, but he will also use us as stepping stones. Won't he be angry?" Claudia glanced at him expressionlessly and said indifferently, "I don't care about these details. I just want to complete the mission given by the higher-ups. As for who defeated Black Star in the end, it doesn't matter. TSK, if word gets out that Wernos took care of an opponent that we couldn't deal with alone, it'll be very embarrassing. You don't care about your face, but I do." Ulu clenched his teeth. Claudia looked at him strangely. "You were defeated by Black Star in a one-on-one battle. You've already lost all your face. What are you thinking about?" F***CK. Ulu still wanted to be stubborn, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, Black Star in the field burst out with an even more shocking aura. The energy reading skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye, creating a new record every second. The output of Black Star's mechanical deity sword. The next second, the enormous body of the replica was thrown out, crashing into the formation of the 3 Universal Civilizations fleet, crushing row after row of battleships, creating sparks and lightning along the way. The apostle weapons and mechanical army seemed to have taken a huge dose of tonic. Their firepower skyrocketed, and the god incarnations that were originally charging back and forth seemed to have fallen into a swamp. They could not move at all, and their injuries increased rapidly. Then, Han Shao turned around and smashed down with a spear. One of the god incarnations seemed to have evaporated into thin air and was shattered into pieces. It was instantly killed and exploded into light fragments. Werno's calm expression disappeared instantly. The sudden change shocked Claudia, Ulu, and the other direct beyond great ass. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by Han Shao. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Black Star's energy rank skyrocketed in an extremely short amount of time, and he could still unleash it? He was clearly holding back. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized something. They felt a chill in their hearts, and they were suddenly stunned. We worked so hard for 6 days and 6 nights, but we still couldn't force him to use his full strength. Vertex. Chapter 1325. Boom. Lightning bolts shot out crazily, circling around Han Shao like dragons. The mechanical spear changed its direction and turned into a thick bolt of lightning. It pierced out again and attacked another Red God avatar that was wearing armor and holding a shield. This Red God incarnation was restrained by the apostle weapon and could not dodge in time. It hurriedly put up a defensive posture and knocked the side of the shield with its warhammer. The surface of the shield immediately glowed, and the image of a shield-like shield popped out, magnified thousands of times, blocking in front of it. Crack! The heavy spear crashed into the shield, and the seemingly indestructible shield instantly shattered into pieces. The shock wave instantly spread out, as if there was a glass-shattering explosion in everyone's mind. A beam of light shot out from the tip of the spear, and with one strike, half of the body of this god incarnation was swept away. At this time, Wernos flashed over from afar. He focused his strength on one point and elbowed the tip of the spear to avoid causing more damage. He then pulled the heavily injured god incarnation aside and saved it. Wernos sized up Han Shao again. Feeling the energy fluctuations of the mechanical deity, a complicated look flashed through his eyes. "This is your full strength? Looks like I still underestimated you. No, I should say that you're too secretive. Just like the rumors, No one knows how many trump cards you have and where your limits are. Why haven't I heard of this rumor? Han Xiao casually replied. In the past few days, he had been fighting with the direct members of the three universal civilizations. He had been suppressing his impulse and holding onto the character summon card without using it, just to guard against Wurnos. Wurnos could invite a god to possess him, and he also had a character summon card with similar functions. At this time, he had already activated the dual mechanical sense and dual ancient ones, and his strength had skyrocketed. He instantly entered his explosive state. If he activated the character summon card in advance, the direct members of the three universal civilizations would probably not be able to last 6 days. Even if they could, the number of direct beyond grade as who would fall in his hands would be much higher. 100 years is just the blink of an eye. To beyond grade, it's at most their youth, but you already have the ability to dominate the galaxy at such a young age. In known history, no one has ever had a talent like yours. I really can't imagine how bright your future will be. Wurnos sighed. He took out the last few divinities, formed them into god incarnations, and scattered to join the battle, using their own abilities to fight the mechanical army. He had brought more than 10 divinities with him this time, and he originally did not want to use the rest. However, the current situation, he had no choice. Only a few. I'm afraid they won't be enough for me to kill. Han Xiao raised his brows. These god incarnations had different abilities, and although they were high-level beyond grade, as they were relatively fragile. His combat strength in his explosive state had already surpassed the common sense of ordinary people. As long as the god incarnations did not have any special abilities or talents in defense, evasion, or recovery, he could easily kill them in a few seconds. It was much easier than dealing with those direct beyond grade, as who had all kinds of universal treasures protecting them. I'll know after I try. Wurnos put his hands together, and his body suddenly expanded, rapidly becoming a giant. Compared to Han Zhao's mechanical deity size earlier, it was like an ant compared to a mountain, but now, it was on par with Han Zhao's mechanical deity. However, the priest robe on his body was not torn apart. It expanded along with his body size, and dense magic circuits lit up on its surface. It was also a universal treasure level enchanted equipment, so he would not be naked in front of the entire universe. This guy can grow bigger? Han Zhao's eyes flickered. This was something that was not shown in the intelligence. As if seeing Han Zhao's doubts, Wurnos slowly explained, "My god's trait transformation has been completed, and the giant bloodline can be used to the extreme. This is also the first time I'm using this ability." He had been training in the arcane church for many years, and because the ethereal national treasure and his own ability happened to be related to divinity, his god's trait transformation was countless times smoother than other peak beyond grade as. He had completed 2 god's trait transformation routes long ago, but he had never told anyone. Wurnos had a part of the giant bloodline to begin with, and the god's trait transformation of the race route greatly strengthened his giant bloodline, turning him into the most optimal form. It was as if he had gathered all the advantages of the evolution route. You're really lucky. Not only are your abilities compatible, but you've also received the full support of Ethereal. Han Xiao frowned. This B** starred was probably also a protagonist-type character, and he most likely had the advanced luck glow. He had kept a low profile for countless years, and he also hid his strength like a monk sweeping the floor. He looked down at Wurnos' empty hands and said, "Are you planning to keep fighting me barehanded?" Hearing this, Wurnos was silent for a while before sighing. "My weapon has already been sealed by you." Han Xiao was stunned for a moment before understanding. F***CK. So the 10,000 deity scepter was also this B** starred equipment. To be specific, Wurnos only shared the right to use it. The 10,000 deity scepter still belonged to the arcane church, and it was usually used as a strategic deterrent. Unfortunately, it was sealed by the space-time amber. That made sense. The mechanism of this universal treasure was also compatible with Wurnos' abilities, so it was not strange for Ethereal to be used by him. However, he did not have the chance to use it now. At this time, The fake mechanical deity finally returned to the battlefield along the path of the fleet formation. It continued to pounce over fearlessly, relying on its recovery ability. Han Xiao twisted his body, and the mechanical spear quickly transformed into a whip. He swung it backward, and lightning exploded in the sky, dazzling everyone. In its explosive state, the speed and strength of the mechanical deity had increased tremendously. This time, it struck the fake mechanical deity's waist at lightning speed, almost cutting it in half. At the same time, the fake mechanical deity was knocked to the side and sent flying away again. At this time, a scorching energy came from behind. Han Xiao turned around and blocked Werno's fist with his spear. Boom! A shockwave burst out. The two sides clashed with each other. Han Xiao's thrusters were at full power, and he had the upper hand, slowly pressing toward Werno's. The giant bloodline is very strong. Your strength is no weaker than a pugilist's. Han Xiao snorted. Same to you. Werno's suddenly retracted his fist and gathered his strength. The next moment, he threw out a sky full of fist shadows. When a tortoise's fist was extremely fast, no move was better than a move. Han Xiao was not to be outdone. The mechanical spear spun as if it was flying, accurately meeting every attack. He fought with Werno's, and a series of shockwaves exploded in the air. At this time, the fake mechanical deity flew back and joined the battle. It was constantly sent flying, but it kept charging, persevering. Werno's had the ethereal national weapon to protect him, and the fake mechanical deity had inherited his super recovery ability. Currently, the only breakthrough on the battlefield was the other god incarnations. Han Xiao planned to do the same, but he was blocked by the two giant bodies, so he had no choice but to take the attacks head-on and kill the god incarnations. At this point, there were no more tricks. The two sides fought head-on without stopping. The scene was intense, and the aftermath was shocking. The battle had already reached its climax. Watching the news broadcast, the hearts of countless galactic residents were in their throats. They could not take their eyes off the screen. What a strong beyond grade A. He must be the trump card of the three universal civilizations. God, please let Black Star lose. This is probably our last hope. Many galactic residents could not help but pray. On the other hand, contrary to the public opinion online, the players were excited. Oh, I'm familiar with this domain. The boss has entered the second stage. Clear the mobs first before fighting the boss. Old Black did the right thing. Does anyone want to bet? I bet 30,000 anas on Old Black winning. Who wants to follow? The many army players discussed excitedly. The forums were already flooded with videos of the monsters on the scene. After flipping through more than 10 pages, they were all clips of Han Zhao's battles in the past few days. In the main ship of the three universal civilizations, many direct beyond grade as looked at the battlefield outside the window, silently. Many of them had bitter expressions. I didn't expect Black Star to still hold back against us. If he had displayed such strength before, many people in this room would have stopped breathing. Verena smiled bitterly. Hearing this, many beyond grade has turned to look at her, feeling even worse. They originally thought that they were in a stalemate with Black Star, but the truth was that they had overestimated themselves. Not only were they exhausted, they even had to thank the other party for not using his full strength. Thinking of such a situation, everyone's mood remained low, and their confidence was severely damaged. Olu held it in for a long time before he finally said something. Two monsters. Even as a peak beyond grade A, Olu had to admit that these two were so strong that they made his heart tremble. Not only was Black Star shockingly strong, but Werno's was also stronger than many years ago. The two of them had already surpassed the others. In his eyes, they were completely unique existences. This time, Guzer frowned and said, "There's only 2 days left. There are only 2 days left before the ultimatum expires. Are we really going to let them fight one-on-one and just watch from the side?" Hearing this, Claudia said solemnly, "Of course not. Of course not. When the time is almost up, we'll swarm in together. Ignore Wernos. No matter what, we have to beat Black Star down. Now, hurry up and recover. If Wernos still hasn't finished the battle by tomorrow, we'll have to attack again. Everyone's heart trembled as they nodded. Time flew by quickly. Under everyone's gazes, Han Xiao and Wernos fought fiercely for more than a day, and the situation gradually became clear. Han Xiao finally eliminated all the god incarnations other than the fake mechanical deity, paying the price of a large number of mechanical troops. Although he was entangled by Wernos and the fake mechanical deity, the explosive state of Han Xiao's mechanical deity gave him a significant advantage in terms of individual attributes. He broke through the encirclement time and time again, not caring about being injured at all. He got rid of the god incarnations one after another, making it easier and easier for him. In fact, the last few god incarnations were not eliminated by him personally, but by the mechanical troops and apostle weapons. Now, the remaining mechanical troops were free to attack Wernos and the fake mechanical deity. Clang! The two of them clashed again, and Wernos suddenly retreated a distance. He swung his hand and sent an apostle weapon that kept attacking his eyeballs flying. The god incarnations I brought were all killed by you. It seems like I can't do anything to you. What, you're out of moves? Han Xiao slapped the fake mechanical deity away again and snorted. There's only the two of us left. If we continue fighting like this, we won't be able to determine the winner. Wernos shook his head. Anyway, there's only one day left. I don't care. Han Xiao did not care. Although he had killed all the god incarnations, he could not break the ethereal nation weapon, nor could he kill the fake mechanical deity. Wernos could not threaten his life either. Now it was just two big lumps of meat rubbing against each other. I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. Conservatively speaking, he and Wernos could still fight for 10 days to half a month without rest. If that's the case, let's end it here, Wernos said softly. You think it'll end just because you say so? Han Xiao curled his lips. Wernos glanced at him and suddenly chuckled. His giant body suddenly shrank and returned to his normal size. He opened the public channel and said straightforwardly, I'm not your match. I'm no match for you. I admit defeat. Han Xiao was stunned. He did not expect Wernos to do this. A direct beyond grade was standing up for the three universal civilizations. Admitting defeat in public would go against his original intention. Furthermore, neither of them showed any signs of losing. At most, it would be a draw. Why would he admit defeat on purpose? Wernos snapped his fingers, and the fake mechanical deity suddenly stopped and exploded from the inside out. This god spirit incarnation was directly removed by him. Han Xiao frowned. He raised his hand to stop the mechanical army's attack and asked in confusion, What are you doing? Wernos turned off the wide area channel and switched back to mental communication. His eyes had a meaningful look. Blackstar, you're the most talented super to date. You're the most likely to open the door to the next level. I said from the beginning that I don't want to be your enemy. What do you mean by that? Admitting defeat in public. Aren't you afraid that the arcane church will have something to say to you? Han Xiao's brows furrowed even tighter. I've already done what I can, and it's enough to complete the mission. As for my purpose, maybe one day, you'll know. Wernos revealed an inexplicable smile, turned around, and flew toward the three universal civilizations' fleet. Han Xiao made the mechanical army open a path and did not stop him. He silently stared at Wernos' back and realized that he did not understand Wernos' personality and thoughts. In his previous life, the Dark Emperor and Ulu both died in the World Tree War. Only Wernos did not participate in the war. Han Xiao did not believe that the arcane church did not give the order. He had no idea what this guy was thinking. Forget it. I can't guess what he's thinking. Anyway, I've got the mission reward. Han Xiao exhaled, opened the interface, and looked. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The Beyond Grade A challenge mission that belonged to Wernos was shining with a golden light, showing the completed status. He retracted his mechanical army, removed the mechanical deity, and sat on a new divine throne. He scanned the three universal civilizations' fleet, opened the public channel, and slowly spoke. Who else? As soon as he said that, the entire channel was silent. not a single sound could be heard. On the other side, as soon as Wernos returned to the main ship, many direct beyond grade as surrounded him with unfriendly expressions. "How can you admit defeat in public?" Claudia shouted in a deep voice. "I can't beat him, so of course, I have to admit defeat," Wernos replied casually. "Do you think we're blind?" Verena was furious. "You clearly don't show any signs of losing. You can continue to fight with Blackstar for a long time." Wernos glanced at her and said calmly, "And then? Are we going to fight until the end of the ultimatum? I remember that I said I wanted to fight Blackstar one-on-one, but you guys don't plan to listen to my request and are ready to attack, right?" Hearing this, everyone's momentum was stifled. "I can guess what you guys are thinking with my eyes closed." Seeing this, Wernos shook his head, squeezed through the crowd, and walked away, leaving only his back view. He did not want to participate in the battle from the beginning. Originally, he wanted to slack off until the end, but the ethereal Pope had given a death order, so he had no choice but to take action. However, Wernos' mentality was not to defeat Blackstar. He just wanted to see and experience Blackstar's true strength and try his best. It would be enough if he could barely complete the mission. He did not lie. He did admire Blackstar a lot, but his motive for admitting defeat was not out of admiration, but for another reason. Wernos did not want to stop the war between the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association at all. Instead, he was happy to see it happen. This was the core of the matter. For so many years, Wernos had been stuck at an invisible bottleneck. He realized that no matter what, it was difficult for his strength to increase. It was as if there was some kind of restriction that prevented him from touching a higher level of power. He had always believed that only competition and pressure could give birth to the strong. Just like in the exploration era back then, when the supers fought fiercely, the Beyond Grade as were born. The appearance of the first primordial one was like a signal, and more Beyond Grade as appeared one after another. The way he saw it, the advancement of individual strength might require a pioneer who was blessed by the heavens to break the limit. Only then would the latecomers be able to follow and drink the soup. Blackstar, who had broken the historical record, entered his sights because of this. In his eyes, Blackstar was the most likely person to become a pioneer. Wernos did not like the harmonious atmosphere of the Beyond Grade A Association. He preferred to see the Beyond Grade as fight every day, just like raising venomous insects to give birth to stronger individuals. Now that the three universal civilizations were attacking the association, it was more in line with his needs. In this regard, Wernos and ES God had the same stubbornness, but they walked different paths. Compared to ES God's selfish style, Wernos hoped that all the strong individuals in the universe would work together. To put it in a more fashionable way, he hoped to see an era where everyone was like a dragon and let others be the pioneers. After all, with his ability, doing this would be twice the result with half the effort. The more strong individuals there were in the universe, the higher his peak combat strength would be. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Wernos lowered his eyes. "Today, I'll give you my reputation. Let me see how far you can go." At the same time, the scene of Wernos admitting defeat in public fell into the eyes of countless people through the news broadcast. At this moment, the hope that countless galactic residents had finally ignited seemed to have been extinguished by a pool of urine. They felt cold from head to toe. All the galactic residents who were looking forward to Blackstar's defeat withered in their seats, their faces filled with despair. The three universal civilizations were so huge, yet they could not find a single strong individual who could defeat Blackstar. They even shamelessly ganged up on him and lost. How embarrassing. Not long after, countless galactic residents became nervous again. This was because today was the last day of the three universal civilizations' ultimatum. If both sides still did not give in, the war would most likely start. Seeing that there was no hope, many galactic residents no longer hesitated. With the thought of giving up, they began to vent their anxiety and fear on the internet, as well as their anger that Blackstar did not lose according to their wishes. All of a sudden, the public opinion supporting the three universal civilizations was stirred up again. They no longer called for a stop to the war, but instead went to the other extreme. To a certain extent, they became fanatics supporting the war. The core argument was only one. They strongly supported the three universal civilizations to defeat the beyond grade 8 association and eliminate the unstable factors in the galactic society. Thank you for the short and powerless leather armor. The 1000000 reward from the well-known guildmaster. Thank you for the 10,000 reward from the short and powerless leather armor. Thank you for the 10,000 reward from the mysterious MO. Thank you for the 10,000 reward from the reader 201811022857245. Book, Female Channel's First-Rate Female Advisor, by Yuan Qinyue. Mystery Genre Introduction. Easy Version Introduction. In her previous life, she was a carefree beauty with a rich family. Other than freedom, she had everything. Who would have thought that everything would turn upside down? Her family was destroyed, her father was gone, and she was burned. Before she died, she was even disfigured. She was reborn as the abandoned daughter of a concubine, solved the case, started her career, entered the organization, went to the central government, and took revenge for her father. End of chapter. Chapter 1326. Hope shattered, fear, and panic were often accompanied by anger. Werno's admission of defeat instantly ignited public opinion. They had been looking forward to the three universal civilizations sending people to destroy Black Star's arrogance. But reality shattered their fantasies. No one could stop Black Star. Many galactic residents were afraid and angry, which turned into anger. Fine, you're strong individually, and the three universal civilizations can't compare to you, but we still have a fleet and a regular army. I don't believe we can't stop you. Since they could not win in terms of individual strength, a large number of galactic residents immediately turned to believe in the collective strength of the three universal civilizations. They found a new reason to convince themselves and found a new source of confidence. Today was already the last day of the ultimatum. The public opinion had completely gone to the extreme, supporting the three universal civilizations to clean up the association. Everyone was agitated. The Beyond Grade A Association is just a civilian organization. Daring to go against the three universal civilizations is undoubtedly the act of a wanted criminal. Think about it. The government wants to control you, but you don't obey. Isn't that breaking the law? Oh, you can break the law just because you established a civilian organization? Why? Isn't it because they rely on their strength to do whatever they want? Let's be honest. Beyond grade as have always been unstable factors. They enjoy privileges and don't care about the universal laws of the galaxy. If it were up to me, we should either bring them all under the supervision of the civilization or kill them all, lest they endanger the galactic society. Today is the bitter fruit. Beyond grade as are just the representatives of the supers. All supers should be controlled. Only then can order be guaranteed. Many public security incidents are related to supers. Without them, public security will improve. Ever since the Sanctum Revival appeared, the three universal civilizations had begun to guide public opinion, provoke anger, and deliberately incite the opposition between ordinary people and supers. This lasted for more than a year, and like a spring, it became tighter and tighter. At this turning point, the dissatisfaction of a large number of people toward the supers finally erupted. Countless galactic residents vented their anger, wishing that all beyond grade, as in supers, would die. Although it was very extreme, it was indeed the true portrayal of the hearts of some galactic residents. Their genes destined them to be ordinary people. This was even more despairing than the gap between the rich and the poor. Almost everyone more or less hid their resentment towards the unfairness of fate and their unwillingness to accept it. If there was a chance, quite a number of people would not mind revealing their hatred for supers. However, the anger of public opinion on the quantum network was of no help to the current situation and could not affect Han Zhao's actions. Han Zhao sat in the middle of the battlefield and glanced at the joint fleet of the three universal civilizations. After Werno's admitted defeat, the other direct members seemed to have fallen silent. On the last day of the ultimatum, they actually did not attack in vain. Looks like they finally learned their lesson. Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. This time, they had been rather successful in establishing their might. They had kept a low profile for many years and had once again amazed the world with their overwhelming combat strength. Not only had they given the association members confidence, but they had also dealt a blow to the enemy's morale. At the same time, they had also obtained a mission reward. Just then, the mecha's internal communicator rang, connecting to Manison's channel. Your progress is always beyond my expectations. Manison had mixed feelings. He was also shocked by Han Zhao's results and could not help but feel jealous. It's all right, just at the level of an ordinary person. Han Xiao was humble. All right, he was still as shameless as ever. Manison was speechless for a while. After adjusting his mood, he curiously said, "Your mechanical deity is a little different. Is it a new technology? There seems to be traces of the felons in it." "That's right, I borrowed some of the principles of the felons." Han Xiao nodded and admitted. Manison was silent. Another trump card technology was secretly learned by Black Star. My heart hurts. He wanted to be angry, but he realized in despair that he had already gotten used to the feeling of being secretly learned. Taking a deep breath, Manison calmed himself down and said in a low voice, "What's the principle behind this technology? Can you tell me?" "I can, but you won't be able to learn it." Han Xiao shrugged. "This technology is tailor-made for me. The premise is that you have extremely strong physical recovery. You're too fragile. Isn't it normal for mechanics to be fragile? You're the only one who's different and has the right to laugh at us." Manison pressed his hand to his heart and calmed down for a while. He did not want to talk about this annoying topic anymore. He changed the topic, and his tone became serious as he said in a deep voice, "That's right. Today is the last day of the ultimatum. I've already prepared for war. How are things on your side?" Han Xiao nodded. The association's people have been arranged at strategic locations in the various star fields. If nothing goes wrong, some people have already started to move. War is a shortcut to peace. After today, we and the 3 universal civilizations will rely on our own abilities. I hope the era will continue in our hands." Manison sighed. Han Xiao curled his lips and did not comment. After sighing for a while, Manison was about to turn off the communication when he suddenly remembered something. My halberd is broken, but the other universal treasures I lent you aren't broken. You took them all away. When are you going to return them to me?" Hey. Are you treating me like an outsider? We're so close. How can I swallow your universal treasures? What kind of person do you take me for?" Han Xiao was immediately filled with righteous indignation. Manison sneered. "You don't do anything related to humans at all, and you still have the face to ask me what kind of person I take you for? You're not human at all. Just tell me when you'll return it. When I defeat the 3 universal civilizations' fleet, I'll return it to you." "Hey, you clearly wanted to say that you'll return it to me after you're done with your research." Manison glanced at Han Xiao, snorted, and turned off the communication. He had long been worn down by Han Xiao. Furthermore, they had known each other for so many years and knew each other well. When he lent it out, he had long been mentally prepared, so he was not surprised at all. "As expected of you, Black Star." Han Xiao turned off the communication interface. Seeing that the 3 universal civilizations did not make a move, he opened the interface and looked at the mission reward. The direct members of the 3 universal civilizations did not trigger a single challenge mission, but a mission similar to the one when he sparred with Joey and the others. The length of time he lasted determined the reward, and the highest reward was 7 character summon cards and 5 random ability draws. He could choose any participant as his draw target. Werno's solo challenge triggered a regular beyond grade A challenge mission, and the reward was a character summon card and a random draw. Looks like I won in the end. I didn't come for nothing. Han Xiaoxin felt much better and was comforted. The battle was imminent, and his hands were itching. However, after thinking about it, he resisted the urge to draw immediately. He had already achieved his goal of establishing his dominance. If they fought tomorrow, the three universal civilizations' joint fleet would attack, and the direct members would most likely all take action. Han Xiao would not continue to fight alone. Recruiting people was also a good tradition of the association, so he naturally had to carry it forward. He had never been afraid of competing with who had more people, so he was not in a hurry to settle the rewards. What a pity. If only I could make the three universal civilizations take a step back. Han Xiao shook his head. Thinking of a previous thought, he could not help but stroke the communicator. He was hesitant about whether he should call the three universal civilizations heads and reveal the news of the World Tree civilization to divert the internal conflict. The ideal situation was, of course, for the three universal civilizations to believe this, temporarily put down their hostility, and work together to deal with the external enemies. Although it would cause the World Tree War to come early, it would preserve a lot of their strength and not exhaust it in advance. However, with the current tense situation and the current relationship between the two sides, he felt that the probability of the three universal civilizations' heads believing him was very low. They would most likely treat it as an excuse to admit defeat or a way to step back. If he could not convince the three universal civilizations' leaders, the two sides would still have to start war. At the same time, the three universal civilizations might secretly study whether the information about the World Tree was true. In that case, not only would the explored universe lose a wave of military forces, the World Tree War might come even sooner, causing the three universal civilizations to have no time to recover. Therefore, Han Xiao was hesitating. It was difficult for him to confirm the butterfly effect of this action. Besides, it's difficult. In the Beyond Grade A Association's online chat room, a group of Beyond Grade or remote projections were discussing. Many of them still had a look of surprise on their faces. Even Wernos can't deal with Black Star. He hasn't fought for decades, and his strength has actually reached such a level. Black Star is really an unbelievable guy. I thought he was going to suffer this time, but I didn't expect him to hold on. He fought the three universal civilizations alone and suppressed all the direct members. If I didn't witness it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed this was real. The Beyond Grade, as we're talking excitedly. They had watched the entire broadcast of Black Star fighting the direct members of the three universal civilizations alone, and they were more and more shocked every day. After Wernos admitted defeat, the entire circle was in an uproar. Even the publicly acknowledged strongest cheat, Wernos, could not take down Han Xiao, which shocked the entire Beyond Grade A circle. In everyone's eyes, this crown finally no longer belonged to Wernos, but to Black Star. Not only was he the president of the Beyond Grade A Association, but he was also the undisputed #1 Beyond Grade A, so his position as president was even more legitimate. I'm relieved that Black Star has such strength. Kasuyi relaxed. Many people nodded and smiled. The three universal civilizations had many trump cards, and many association members were worried that Black Star might encounter an accident, causing no one to be able to use the Sanctum Revival. Now that they saw that Black Star was unexpectedly strong, many people felt relieved. Kasuyi looked around, stopped smiling, and said with a deep voice, "All right, don't relax too much. Today is the last day of the ultimatum. Everyone, get ready and be on standby. Wait for Black Star to teleport us over to participate in the battle." Hearing this, everyone stopped smiling and became serious. Sun Hunter pulled the bolt and snorted. "I can finally show my strength. My cannon is already thirsty." In the three universal civilizations joint conference room, Bruce, Lewis, and the ethereal Pope looked at the remote surveillance screen with ashen faces. This is outrageous. All the direct members have been sent out. With so many people, they can't even take down Black Star. How are they going to deal with the other Beyond Grade S? Bruce slammed the table heavily, his tone filled with strong dissatisfaction. They lost. What they lost is the face of the civilization. They made us a stepping stone and made Black Star famous. Lewis was so angry that he almost suspected that these direct members were all incompetent. We can't blame them. Black Star is unbelievably strong. The ethereal Pope frowned. He was very dissatisfied with Wernos admitting defeat, but the impact had already been made. It was useless for him to criticize Wernos. He even regretted forcing Wernos to leave the temple of 10,000 gods this time. Looking at Black Star swaggering in front of the two armies, the three of them suddenly felt a wave of helplessness, anger, and helplessness. In terms of individual strength, they really could not suppress Black Star. The three of them were also at their wits' end. After all, they could not defeat him with high-end combat strength. If we want to deal with him, we can only rely on the army and various war weapons. Lewis's expression was solemn. He turned to look at the two of them. As soon as the notice arrives, we'll start the war. Are you sure? This day will come sooner or later. I only regret that I made up my mind to settle the score too late. I let the beyond grade as develop for so long and become a huge threat, the ethereal Pope said slowly. At this juncture, the ultimatum has already been called out. There's no way we can go back on our words. Bruce nodded. All right, then order the various armies to act according to the battle plan. Before he could finish, the emergency communicator suddenly rang in the room. Lewis stopped and looked at Bruce. The ringtone came from the dynasty ruler's direction. Bruce took out the communicator and looked at it. It showed an emergency report sent by the dynasty's main artificial intelligence, Heroic Soul. The reports of the various departments were all reviewed by the main artificial intelligence and handed over to different positions to deal with according to priority. Disturbing him when he was in a meeting with the other two leaders meant that the main artificial intelligence judged that this news was very urgent. What report is this? Bruce only read the beginning before his expression changed. He read the entire report in silence. He pondered for more than 10 seconds before turning to look at the other two with curiosity. You might want to see this. In the mechanical races territory, on the last day of the ultimatum, time passed minute by minute as they waited anxiously. The soldiers present and the countless galactic residents watching the broadcast felt like years. The clock gradually pointed to the time of the ultimatum. Like the signal of war getting closer and closer, the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association's fleets had a slight commotion. The atmosphere was like a taut string, and the smell of gunpowder was getting stronger and stronger. In the Black Star Corps' fleet, a large number of army players were getting restless. It's coming, it's coming. The war is about to start. I've watched enough cutscenes. The main storyline is finally about to begin. Off for the army. The many army players rubbed their fists and could not wait for the two sides to start fighting immediately. On one hand, they wanted to see the world in chaos and wanted to participate in the main storyline. On the other hand, many people also saw the direction of public opinion on the internet and realized that so many people were criticizing, and insulting them, the immortals. As the target of criticism, the sense of immersion had always been quite strong. Many players were quite angry. However, at the same time, some players also had a deeper understanding of the mission named Calamity of the Supers and the conflict between the ordinary people and the Supers. As a member of the Supers, the sense of participation in the tide of the times arose spontaneously. This made some players who liked the storyline feel quite excited. They felt like they were witnessing the beginning of a great era with their own eyes. All crew, get ready for battle. The commander's voice spread throughout the battleships. Countless soldiers tensed up and looked at the timer. Dead silence spread. In the tense wait, time passed minute by minute, and it was getting closer and closer to the ultimatum. The hearts of the soldiers on both sides and the countless galactic residents were in their throats. Just as the war was about to break out, the three universal civilizations' joint fleet suddenly moved. The rear of the three universal civilizations changed to the front, and the joint fleet retreated in an orderly manner, leaving the confrontation area batch by batch, starting a large-scale withdrawal without warning. This scene stunned the troops of the Beyond Grade A Association and all the galactic residents watching the broadcast. The ultimatum was about to end. Why did the three universal civilizations suddenly retreat without saying anything? Didn't they say very firmly that they would never give in and that they had a fight? Why did they take the initiative to go back on their words now? They came aggressively, but when they left, they did not even say a word. On the quantum network, all the comments supporting the three universal civilizations' liquidation of the association were instantly silenced. They were shocked to find that things did not develop as they had imagined, and they were a loss. This feeling was like the backing that had always stood up for them suddenly did not want to protect them anymore. Could it be that Black Star had defeated all the direct beyond grade, as in made the three universal civilizations scared? It was difficult for many people not to think in this direction. At the same time, a similar guess appeared in the minds of many people. Could it be that the three universal civilizations' original intention was to scare the association and pressure the association to compromise, but they realized that this could not scare the association, and the other party was even tougher than them? So the three universal civilizations were scared and could no longer pretend, retreating resentfully and running away on the last day of the ultimatum. This, many galactic residents did not know what to say, and their feelings were very complicated. We all supported you guys to start a war, liquidate the Beyond Grade A Association, and solve the root of the instability in the galactic society. But you guys ran away yourselves? Are you worthy of our support? Although the expected war did not break out, which was worth celebrating, many people felt a little embarrassed. Thinking back to their previous support, they now felt like they had been slapped in the face by the three universal civilizations. On the other side, Han Xiao watched the three universal civilizations retreat in an orderly manner and was also confused. After hesitating for a while, Han Xiao took the initiative to call the dynasty ruler, but the other party did not pick up, which made him feel even more confused. They ran away just like that? This doesn't seem like their style. The three universal civilizations are not that scared, right? What happened? A few days ago, Central Galaxy, Dynasty Science Academy. The members of the wormhole detection team were gathered in the activity room, looking at the virtual screen worriedly. It was broadcasting the scene of the battle between Black Star and Claudia. In the past few days, they had stopped all the projects on hand and were all concerned about the next development of the galactic situation. This was closely related to their lives. Looks like there's going to be a war. In the crowd, someone whispered, and the room was filled with sighs, full of worry. All the researchers present were anti-war. On one hand, they were worried that the wormhole detection project would be stopped again after the war, and there would be no future development. On the other hand, from the conscience of normal people, they instinctively hated war. If only someone could stop this war, someone muttered in a low voice. Hearing this, the project director's eyes suddenly flashed. He clenched his teeth, turned around, and walked out of the activity room, returning to his office. He searched in the database for a while and pulled up a special wormhole detection report. Because he had been paying attention to the situation recently, he did not have time to report it. Hopefully, it will be of some use. The project director swallowed a mouthful of saliva and changed this report, changing the suspected existence of an unknown advanced civilization in the detection conclusion to confirmed existence of an unknown universal civilization. After doing all this, the project director did not send it to the review department, but directly uploaded this report to the database of the dynasty's main artificial intelligence. This violated the operating rules and would definitely be punished. I don't know if it will work. The project director frowned and murmured to himself. In order to stop the possible outbreak of a galactic war, he was willing to do what he could to do. He was not sure if this trick would work, but he felt that if everyone just stood by and watched, nothing would change. Chapter 1327. The sudden retreat of the three universal civilizations before the deadline shocked the entire galactic society. They did not know what was going on and were confused. The comments supporting the war in the quantum network disappeared, and all kinds of sarcastic voices appeared. Yo, aren't the three universal civilizations very stubborn? They gave in just like that. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looks like the three universal civilizations can only put on an act. They've fully exposed their strength. You're still supporting them to start a war? Why don't you take the three universal civilizations seriously? The direction of public opinion changed again. Looking at these sarcastic comments, The galactic residents were speechless and furious. Not only were some supers watching the show, but there were also some organizations stirring up trouble behind the scenes. The Supercluster Alliance had been lying in wait, and now that they saw the opportunity, they immediately jumped out to add fuel to the fire, displaying their traditional skills and stirring up *T. On the other side, compared to the galactic residents, the players were even more confused. That's it. I've been watching the cutscenes for 10 days, and you're saying you're not going to fight? What happened to an all-out war? Cowards. I've already taken off my pants, and you guys. Oh, I forgot I can't take off my pants. Under the terrified gazes of the other crew members, the army players yelled, thumped their chests, and stomped their feet. They were all agitated, lamenting that the war did not break out smoothly. They were like a group of shocking war fanatics. The joint fleet of the three universal civilizations turned into dense hyperdrive streams of light and hurriedly retreated. Seeing this, Manison flew out of the fleet and stood side by side with Han Xiao, watching the three universal civilizations leave. Strange, they didn't even say goodbye and gave up on the siege just like that. Manison was confused. There must be something wrong with this. The three universal civilizations definitely didn't make such a big move just to trick us. It can be seen that they're really mentally prepared to start a war, but now they'd rather go back on their words and retreat. There must be a huge change. Han Xiao stroked his chin and muttered softly. Maybe they're really scared? Manison said, then shook his head. He also felt that the possibility was not high. He guessed, maybe the three universal civilizations leaders thought it through and thought that the disadvantages of starting an all-out war with the association outweigh the benefits, so they changed their decision and took back the order. Then, the strategic goal of the virus technology leakage has been achieved? I'm not sure. The three universal civilizations will probably give an answer to the Galactic Society. Let's wait and see first. I'll also think of a way to find out the inside story. Maybe the three universal civilizations will take the initiative to contact me after some time. Han Zhao's eyes flickered as he pondered. Hearing this, Manison turned to look at him. Do you know something? It's just a guess. I don't have enough information, so I can't be sure. Han Xiao shook his head. At this time, his communicator rang and connected to the communication channel of the Beyond Grade A Association. Black Star, what's the situation on your side? The three universal civilizations aren't fighting anymore? What do they mean by this? Should we continue with our battle plan? As soon as the call was connected, the mini Beyond Grade as immediately asked a series of questions. The mini association members were also very confused. They were all mentally prepared to fight to the death. They had even taken off their pants, ready to fire at any time, but their opponents changed their minds and ran away. The fighting spirit that they had built up with much difficulty was suppressed in their hearts. This feeling was like suddenly seeing a speed limit sign and a traffic police officer staring at them from the side while they were preparing to race. They could only suppress the unrestrained feeling in their hearts. Didn't they say that whoever gave in was the coward? Why did they suddenly cower? You guys wait for orders first and observe the follow-up actions of the three universal civilizations, but don't be too relaxed. Be careful is just a diversion tactic. If they really want to make a move, they might directly use the multidimensional sky opening transportation device to attack strategic locations. Han Xiao reminded the association members to continue to be vigilant before hanging up. The three universal civilizations surrounding the mechanical race's territory was just a signal to force them to abdicate. In fact, attacking this place was useless. It was only a declaration of war. At this time, it was still impossible to determine what the three universal civilizations' intentions were. It was also possible that they would withdraw their troops on the surface and then use the multidimensional sky opening transportation device to attack. Seeing that Han Xiao had finished the call, Manison spoke again. What we do now? The three universal civilizations have retreated. Are the troops here going to disperse? Han Xiao thought for a while and shook his head. Don't retreat yet. Shrink the defense circle and continue to protect the mechanical race's territory. Wait until the three universal civilizations' joint fleet has left this star cluster before disbanding the troops. I'll go back first. Manison nodded, flew back to the main ship, and ordered the mechanical race troops. Han Shao retracted his gaze, changed into the king, and disappeared. Swoosh! The next second, he returned to a secret army base. This was where some of the officers who did not participate in the battle hid from the flames of war. There were some army officers and many members of Floating Dragon sitting in the room. Ames was among them, overseeing the situation. They were all watching the news broadcast in the mechanical race's territory. Seeing Han Shao suddenly appear, the gazes of the officers all focused on him. The respect and worship in their eyes were more than just a little stronger than before. It was as if they were looking at a god. You've been very brave these few days. Ames crossed her legs and leaned forward. She placed her arms on her knees and supported her chin with her palms. She tilted her head slightly, and her soft long hair flowed down. She blinked her eyes and said with a teasing tone. She had a smile that was not a smile. Don't you know if I'm brave or not? Han Shao raised his brows. Ames smiled. You should have a lot of things to deal with. Why are you here all of a sudden? I'm just here to take a look and make sure everything's fine. Han Shao casually found a reason, turned around, and glanced at the officers. His gaze accurately landed on Phaidon, and he immediately smiled. He strode forward and rubbed his head, taking advantage of his luck. Fu Ding's face was filled with helplessness, as if he was going to let him do whatever he wanted. Seeing this, Aesop could not help but cough and say, You defeated all the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations. Even Wernos can't do anything to you. They'll definitely give up on attacking you in terms of individual strength. I don't know if the three universal civilizations retreated because of this, but they don't seem to want to start a war now. What are you going to do next? Hearing this, Han Shao stopped smiling. Let's figure out what's going on first. Anyway, don't be happy too early. If I'm unfortunately right, the situation will be even worse. The 10-day confrontation between the three universal civilizations and the association attracted the attention of the entire universe, but not many people expected it to end in such a way. After the joint fleet retreated, the three universal civilizations fell silent. Not only did they recall a portion of the army that they had sent out some time ago, they did not even make a public announcement to explain the reason for the retreat. The public opinion storm became more and more intense, and all kinds of speculations and theories popped up one after another. They thought that this would be the fuse for an all-out war, but the three universal civilizations pulled back at the last moment and stopped the flames of war that were about to erupt. This confrontation instead helped Black Star's reputation, basically solidifying his name as the current peak beyond grade A combatant. If there was a winner, only Black Star could barely be counted. Some people were glad that the flames of war had not started, some criticized the three universal civilizations for being cowards, and some mocked the galactic residents for thinking too highly of themselves. The public opinion changed, but there was one thing in common. Everyone was curious as to what had forced the three universal civilizations to choose to give in. Due to the silence of the three universal civilizations, no one knew the inside story. Even the Beyond Grade A Association did not make any public comments and was also watching. This caused the Galactic Society to have different opinions. In the joint conference room of the three universal civilizations, we've already repeatedly verified the authenticity of this report. Through the directional wormhole probe, we did find traces of the activities of an unknown civilization. The data itself is fine, but the conclusion of the project is hard to judge. The remote projection of the Dynasty upper echelon in charge of the research field stood in front of Marbruce and the other two leaders, giving a serious report. So, we can't confirm that this unknown civilization is a universal civilization for the time being. Marbruce emphasized, this is indeed so, but the other party must be at the level of an advanced civilization. These days, we've frequently sent multifunctional space probes to the other party and collected more data, which proves that this unknown civilization has a rather high technological level. I understand. You guys continue to collect data while hiding yourselves. I want to know the details of this civilization. After giving a few more instructions, Bruce hung up the communication. Only he and the other two civilization leaders were left in the room. Looks like the decision to retreat back then was correct, the ethereal Pope said with a deep voice. Or else we would be in deep trouble right now. This report came at the right time. Lewis agreed, feeling a little relieved. On the last day of the confrontation, they had originally wanted to act according to the battle plan, but this wormhole report from the Dynasty's Science Institute had shaken their decision. The three universal civilizations had always been dedicated to exploring the unknown universe, and this wormhole report had discovered an unknown universal civilization. This was a huge threat. In this regard, the three universal civilizations had rich experience. Once an external enemy appeared, they would have to carefully deal with internal conflicts. This was undoubtedly not a good time to deal with the imbalance of personal strength, so it was not suitable to continue tangling with the beyond grade as. At that time, the arrow was already on the bow, and there was not much time left for the three of them to discuss. In the end, they would rather believe it and stop the battle plan, choosing to give in to the association. They turned around and used a large number of resources to investigate this wormhole data. This wormhole data was one of the legacies ES God had left behind. Because ES God had been sealed for many years, it had long become an unimportant project. However, with such a shocking discovery, it went from almost no one interested in it to the project with the highest priority. The progress was directly supervised by the leaders of the three universal civilizations and was extremely important. In the end, although the conclusion of this wormhole report was somewhat exaggerated, the data was correct. They had indeed discovered an unknown advanced civilization. As for whether or not it was a universal civilization, it was still uncertain. If that was the case, it could only be said that this was an inaccurate conclusion that had immeasurable value. Bruce knocked on the table and slowly said, "The most important thing to do now is to investigate this unknown civilization. The most important thing now is to collect information on this unknown civilization and determine their strength, social structure, attitude, and so on. Everything else can be put aside for now." Lewis and the ethereal Pope nodded. The three universal civilizations had a set of strategic plans in this regard. Direct contact or war was impossible. Once they discovered an advanced civilization in the unexplored universe, their first task was to carefully collect information without exposing themselves. Then, they would choose different countermeasures based on this civilization's strength, culture, and other factors. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy would you be able to win 100 battles. Although the explored universe had entered the Galactic Society era, the entire unexplored universe was still in the Dark Forest period similar to the Exploration era. Being in the dark was a huge advantage, so they naturally had to make good use of it. Don't forget, before we explore further, we have to take all measures to deal with any accidents, the ethereal Pope said. I understand. Bruce nodded. The measures that the three of them were talking about were mainly war mobilization and being prepared to launch strategic weapons of destruction into the enemy's territory through wormholes at any time. In some extreme situations, they would not mind directly blowing up the enemy's territory and turning it into a desolate universe belt, wiping out all the creatures of the unknown civilization. They would not show any mercy. This is a matter of great importance. If a war really breaks out, the Beyond Grade A Association is also a powerful armed force. Should we let them know now? Lewis's eyes flashed. He raised a sensitive question and turned to ask the other two for their opinions. The existence of a Beyond Grade A threatened their rule, but at the same time, it was a weapon to fight against the outside world. Now that the situation had changed, their thoughts changed as well. In their eyes, there was no eternal enemy. The ethereal Pope pondered for a moment, waved his hand, and expressed his opinion. Let's be careful. We haven't figured out the situation of this unknown civilization, so there's no need to reveal it to the association now. Think about it. If this unknown civilization can coexist and also have universal strength. Once they enter the Galactic Society system, the Association will have another choice to rely on. This will affect the structure of the galaxy. We can't guarantee the Association's loyalty, so we should keep it secret for now. Makes sense. Bruce nodded. Let's not announce this to the outside world for now. Let's explore it in secret first. We'll consider whether to announce it or not when we need the Association's help. It won't be too late to tell them then. The way the three of them saw it, there was clearly no need to inform the other organizations of such a big matter immediately. They were all potential unstable factors that might cause some trouble. If that's the case, let's put aside our dispute with the Association for now. Stabilize those beyond grade as, don't let them cause any trouble, and live peacefully for now. Anyway, this is the goal of Black Star and the others. We'll find a reason to unify with them and convey our intention to stop fighting. This will make the Association feel that we've given in, Lewis suggested. The other two nodded in agreement. While they could not deal with the Association for now, as long as the beyond grade as did not cause trouble, it was enough for them. At this time, Bruce thought of something, and his eyes flashed. If you remember correctly, Black Star also had this set of wormhole data from God's Legacy. He seemed to have even specifically asked the Dynasty about the research progress of this set of wormhole data. From the looks of it, could it be that Black Star knew something? As this thought flashed through his mind, Bruce shook his head. He felt that the possibility of this was extremely limited. Instead of asking Black Star, it was more trustworthy to explore on his own. Furthermore, they had just reached a consensus to not leak this secret to the outside world. So even if Black Star might know something, he did not plan to ask. After all, the other party was still the leader of the organization that led the fight against the three universal civilizations. In a certain base of the Black Star Corps, the Army Commander's office, a huge star map of the universe floated in the room. On it were the large-scale movements of the various armies of the three universal civilizations, drawing many arrowhead routes. Han Shao stood in front of the star map, carefully looking at the three universal civilizations' troop movements during this period. It had been some time since the three universal civilizations retreated from the mechanical race's territory. These days, the three universal civilizations' troop movements were very abnormal. Originally, they were stationed in the various star fields, preparing to deal with the Beyond Grade Association, but now they had all returned to the central galaxy, as if they had no intention of starting a war. The strangest thing was that the three universal civilizations had been pretending to be mute. They did not make an announcement, nor did they contact him, the president of the association, to explain their intentions. Their actions were very abnormal, as if they did not have the time to care about him. He had been thinking of ways to find out the inside story these days, but the three universal civilizations were highly secretive this time, and no relevant information was leaked. Could it be that I guessed right? Han Shao muttered to himself. What could make the three universal civilizations change their decision at the last moment? In this version, there did not seem to be many possibilities, but the butterfly effect he had caused had changed many things. One of them was that God had allowed the Dynasty to obtain the key to the World Tree Civilization's territory early, becoming an unstable factor. The way he saw it, the most likely situation was that the three universal civilizations had discovered the World Tree. Because of the existence of external enemies, the three universal civilizations had retreated so decisively without any warning. If that's the case, the three universal civilizations will definitely conduct in-depth research on the wormhole. They might inform me, or they might keep a secret from the outside world. With the three universal civilization style and my current identity, the latter is more likely. Han Shao frowned and bit his fingernails. He had a bad feeling. If the three universal civilizations chose to keep it a secret and explore on their own, they would not know enough about the World Tree Civilization, and the risk of being exposed would be very high. If the contact was unavoidably brought forward, if he continued to hide the information about the World Tree, it would increase the risk. Perhaps now was the best time to reveal the information. However, he could also be wrong. If the three universal civilizations gave in because they had discovered the World Tree, it would be self-defeating. So it's still a gamble. Should I gamble? Han Zhao's expression changed. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, his communicator rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from a dynasty emissary. Hello, Your Excellency Black Star. As soon as the call went through, the dynasty emissary nodded respectfully. Han Zhao sized him up and went straight to the point. You're finally going to explain your actions? You must be joking. This time, I'm here to negotiate with you on behalf of the 3 universal civilizations. We're willing to accept the association suggestion and allow you to control the virtual mutiny virus technology. The dynasty emissary said a lot, but the core meaning was that the 3 universal civilizations were willing to give in, indicating that they did not need Manison to hand over the virus technology and that they believed in the association's guarantee. They would allow the association to control this high-risk technology, and they would not interfere. Oh, Han Zhao raised his brows. Since you've admitted that the association's guarantee is valid, you've admitted that the association is correct. What about the ban on the association? It won't be lifted for the time being, but can be discussed. The dynasty emissary smiled. Looking at the other party's cold smile, Han Zhao felt more and more the subtle attitude of the 3 universal civilizations. His expression immediately changed, and he was in a dilemma. His intuition grew stronger, and he felt that he might have guessed the truth. After a few seconds of silence, Han Zhao slowly took a deep breath. It's a gamble. Making up his mind, Han Zhao narrowed his eyes and said, I've understood your intentions. I understand your intentions. Help me tell Bruce something. What is it? You guys are so abnormal. It seems like you finally cracked the wormhole data in God's legacy, right? Chapter 1328. An hour later, in the meeting room of the 3 universal civilizations leaders, Han Zhao's remote projection slowly entered the room, and he immediately saw the 3 old fellows with gloomy faces. Their gazes were like hooks hanging on him. Yo, you're all here. Han Zhao was not in a hurry at all and casually greeted them. After the relationship between the 2 sides fell to the freezing point, this was the first time he had been called for a meeting. Black Star, what exactly do you know? Marbru's expression was extremely solemn. He was not in a mood to talk and went straight to the point. An hour ago, the 3 of them were waiting for the dynasty's messenger to report on Black Star's attitude toward the 3 universal civilizations peace agreement to see if they could stabilize the association. However, they did not expect to hear a piece of news that shocked them. Black Star actually revealed the secret of the wormhole directly. The 3 of them were all stunned. Where did Black Star find out that we had cracked the secret of the wormhole? Internal intelligence was leaked? Was there a mole? If not for this reason, how did Black Star find out? Could it be that he already knew the secret of this set of wormhole data? The amount of information contained within was too much. Bruce, Lewis, and the ethereal Pope were anxious. Black Star had specially sent someone to pass the message. No matter what the situation was, it meant that Black Star had unexpected information. This was an important matter, and they could not be careless. The 3 of them urgently discussed for a while and decided to talk to Black Star. They sent out an invitation, which led to the current meeting. I know a lot. Han Zhao glanced at the 3 of them and purposely revealed a meaningful expression. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was not sure what was going on with the 3 universal civilizations, so he did not directly call out the name of the world tree. Instead, he tentatively pointed out the information about the God wormhole. However, since he was called over for a meeting, Han Zhao knew that he had made the right bet. He had guessed the truth and was secretly glad that he had not made a fool of himself. You mentioned the wormhole data in God's legacy. How much do you know about it? Lewis asked with a deep voice. Han Zhao composed himself, glanced at him, and casually said, You guys found a civilization on the other side of the wormhole, right? The 3 of them looked at each other with solemn expressions. Bruce frowned. Where did you get your information from? I know what you want to ask. Han Zhao raised his eyebrows. But I didn't steal your insider information. Hearing this, the 3 of them became even more solemn. Black Star indicated that the source of his information was not leaked by the three universal civilizations. In other words, he had long known the secret of the wormhole data and held unknown information in his hands. Bruce took a deep breath and let go of his reservations. He even lowered his voice and said solemnly, "Mister, I believe you are well aware of the nature of this matter. We hope you will tell us the truth. This is very important to the entire universe." "Sure," Han Xiao nodded. Since it had already happened, there was no point in hiding it now. It was time to talk openly. He had to let the three universal civilizations know the danger of the world tree in advance. This set of wormholes leads to a territory called the World Tree Civilization. It is an extremely powerful universal civilization that is fanatical about war and expansion. Decades ago, due to some reason, God sent a doppelganger to attack me. In the end, the doppelganger fell into a wormhole during the battle and coincidentally discovered the World Tree Civilization. After that, God sent someone to snatch this wormhole data and study how to find the coordinates of the World Tree Civilization. By chance, I became the only one who knew. Han Xiao had the memories of his previous life and explained the matter in a different way. He emphasized the strength of the World Tree Civilization and basically told them everything he knew about the World Tree Civilization. The three of them frowned and were filled with doubts. Bruce could not help but question, "Did God tell you all this? Putting aside why God only revealed the information to you, why do you know so much about the World Tree Civilization? This doesn't seem like God has only been there once." "I understand your doubts." Han Xiao nodded. This matter was not child's play. If he pushed everything on God, he would be able to expose the lie as long as he confronted God. If they did not have solid evidence, the three universal civilizations would not believe this information so easily. However, he had already thought of a reason which would allow him to have a closed-loop explanation for his detailed understanding of the World Tree Civilization. "Actually, I have a relic from a civilization that was destroyed by the World Tree Civilization. It contains a lot of relevant information. My understanding of the World Tree Civilization is basically from this." As he spoke, Han Xiao raised his hand and summoned the 3D projection of SWY-001. He then displayed the information he had prepared long ago on the virtual screen. The expressions of the three of them changed, and they hurriedly browsed through it. The more they read, the more shocked they became. SWY-001's memory device recorded the tragic state of the Karma Republic when it was invaded. It recorded the special war mode of the World Tree Civilization, which was extremely powerful. It also showed that the World Tree Civilization was a universal civilization that could not coexist. All of this proved that Han Xiao was not lying. Without this treasure, even if Han Xiao could explain the source of the information, it would not be convincing. This treasure really came at the right time. Han Xiao sighed. There is nothing much to say, just one sentence. Fighting was awesome. After a while, the three of them finished reading the information, and shock remained in their eyes. The World Tree Civilization's method of devouring everything is the enemy of all intelligent civilizations. "I didn't expect such a hunter to exist in the universe," Lewis muttered to himself. Bruce felt a lingering fear and said in a low voice, "Luckily, we sealed God in time. Luckily, we sealed God early. If he attracted the World Tree Civilization, then..." Halfway through his sentence, his expression suddenly froze. At this moment, Bruce suddenly remembered that the operation to seal God seemed to have been facilitated by Black Star. It was all thanks to Black Star that they were not discovered by the World Tree. Back then, Black Star was determined to seal God no matter what. Could it be that he had already started his long-term plan at that time to secretly protect the explored universe from being invaded? Bruce was shocked. He looked up at Han Xiao and could not help but ask, "Was this the reason why you asked us to hunt God back then? What else? Do you really think I have an irreconcilable hatred for him?" Han Xiao clicked his tongue and asked casually. Bruce's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Han Xiao deeply. He could not help but feel admiration and gratitude, and the fear and suspicion in his heart were greatly diluted. If not for Black Star's efforts, the Galactic Society might have already been invaded. Strictly speaking, the entire universe owed Black Star a favor. However, Black Star had never revealed this matter and silently allowed this achievement to be buried in the dust of history. No one knew about his huge contribution, hiding his achievements and fame. In Marbrus's heart, Han Zhao's image immediately grew. Suddenly, the ethereal Pope said with a deep voice, "Black Star, you know the threat of the World Tree civilization. Since you already knew about this information, why didn't you say anything?" Han Zhao shook his head. "I know you guys too well. If you knew that a powerful, unknown civilization was occupying the unexplored universe, would you treat it as if it didn't exist? As long as you say it, it will cause the contact to be brought forward. It was the best choice to keep this secret by one person. If not for the results of your research on the wormhole data, I wouldn't have told you." The three of them were speechless. Indeed, it was fine if they did not know, but if they knew about the huge threat of the World Tree, the three of them knew very well that they would definitely not sit back and do nothing. They would definitely follow the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand, just like now. Detection was a two-way operation. Exploring the World Tree's information also had to bear the risk of being exposed. However, even so, from their standpoint, it was inevitable for them to make the first move. Otherwise, they would have to resign themselves to fate and wait for death. How could they allow others to sleep soundly in their beds? With such a powerful enemy occupying the unknown universe, they could not sleep or eat in peace, afraid that they would be discovered one day and be invaded. There was no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Of course, taking the initiative to eliminate the hidden dangers was more in line with the needs of the three universal civilizations. This was like an interference effect. If both sides did not know of each other's existence, they would still be able to live in peace and be two parallel lines that did not intersect. However, once they discovered each other, they would quickly interact. "I admit that what you said makes sense," Lewis sighed. "But isn't this method also a form of wishful thinking? We're betting that the enemy won't discover us." Han Zhao shook his head and did not say anything. The reason he was so confident was that he knew when a World Tree would invade. However, there was no need to explain such things now, nor was it easy to explain. Even if he said it, the other party would still be skeptical. At this moment, the ethereal Pope frowned. "However, how can we confirm that the information about this civilization relic is real and not fabricated? Are you suspecting me?" Han Zhao glanced at him. "I'm just being cautious, not targeting you." The ethereal Pope waved his hand. Lewis thought for a moment and agreed. "Indeed, the source of the information you provided is very convincing, but the authenticity is still questionable. It's not that we're suspecting you, but we can't completely believe this information. Although it looks real, who knows if there's anything wrong with this civilization relic itself? We can't jump to conclusions. Black Star will use the information you provided as reference. The specifics will still depend on the results of the actual exploration," Marbrus said. "TSK, the three of you are so troublesome." Hearing this, Han Zhao curled his lips, but he was not surprised. From a perspective of the three universal civilizations, it was only right to be cautious. After all, there was the possibility of fake information, just like what happened to the Cunny race back then. Who knew if this information was fabricated bait? Han Zhao stroked his chin and slowly said, "This civilization relic still has signs of life, but it's in a deep sleep. If we wake it up, we should be able to get more information out of it." He still had a related mission on him, and he had not awakened SWI-001 because he did not want to cause any trouble. However, now that he had confirmed that the three universal civilizations had come into contact with the World Tree in advance, this concern was basically eliminated. Therefore, Han Zhao did not mind awakening SWI-001 at this time. "All right, I'll leave it to you then. This is very important. By the way, you'll help us, right?" Marbrus nodded. Suddenly, he paused as he realized that they were still in a state of confrontation with the association. The other two also realized this, and their expressions were a little uncomfortable. The situation had changed, and they needed the association's strength instead. Not long ago, they wanted to settle the score with the association, but now they were asking for their help. The three of them felt awkward and a little ashamed. However, the three of them were in high positions, so they only felt awkward for a few seconds. They quickly adjusted their mentality and did not show anything on their faces, only staring at Han Xiao with burning eyes. Han Xiao glanced at the three of them and smiled. The World Tree civilization can't coexist with us. We're in a cold relationship, and no one can be independent. Everyone has a common enemy, and cooperation is the only choice. It's great that you can understand this. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Now, they needed to unite all their strength. They were really afraid that the Beyond Grade A Association would do something stupid at a time like this. Seeing Black Star casually brush aside the conflict, the three of them could not help but recall the conflicts they had with the Beyond Grade A Association over the years, and their feelings were complicated. Looking at Black Star's actions since he came to power, he had always been trying to maintain a balance and hoped to get along peacefully. He had never taken the initiative to start conflict. In the past, the three of them thought that the association was stalling for time to accumulate strength. But now that they looked back, the three of them suddenly realized that there seemed to be another explanation for Black Star's actions. Was this not preserving their strength? Due to various reasons, they had been suppressing and ostracizing the association, but Black Star had been restraining himself, maintaining a fragile balance like walking on tightrope. While they were still struggling with their internal conflicts, Black Star had most likely already set his eyes on the World Tree civilization and was preparing to fight against the external enemies. Unfortunately, the leak of the virtual mutiny virus made them decide to start a war, try and start a full-scale war and settle the score. I almost couldn't turn back. The three of them were shocked, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on their backs. They were very glad. Fortunately, they had stopped at the critical moment. If they had really fought, it would have destroyed Black Star's good intentions and damaged the strength on their side. Thinking of this, the three of them looked at Han Xiao again with complicated gazes. There was guilt and apology, but also gratitude and admiration. I misunderstood him. After knowing the real motive, the three of them felt like they had gotten to know Han Xiao again. Black Star's image in their hearts suddenly became vivid. The three of them felt like they were seeing the back of someone walking alone, carrying a burden that no one knew about, trying to eliminate conflicts, but no one understood his true intentions. Black Star, your contribution to this universe is worthy of being called great. This thought flashed through Marbrus's mind, and he secretly praised and admired him. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity, and he had the same thought as Unravel. How great would it be if Black Star was a direct descendant of the dynasty? The prejudice of the past melted like snow. At this point, continuing to fight was a foolish thing to do. The three of them knew that Black Star had already shown his goodwill, and it was time for them to express their stance. The three of them looked at each other, understood what each other meant, and slowly nodded. Marbrus coughed, looked at Han Xiao seriously, and said solemnly, I'm representing the global civilization. On behalf of the three universal civilizations, I officially invite you to be the special security advisor again. Are you willing? Chapter 1329. Looking at the solemn expressions of the three of them, Han Xiao shook his finger. You're not willing? Marbrus' eyes narrowed. No, what I mean is it's not enough. Han Zhao's expression was calm, but he curled his lips in his heart. If we're talking about thick-skinned, you guys are the thick-skinned ones. Not long ago, you guys were still targeting the Beyond Grade but now, you guys change your attitude just like that. Although your motive is right, isn't this kind of behavior treating us Beyond Grade as like chamber pots that can come and go as you please? Ever since the ban was issued, the association had suffered a lot of losses. Even though everyone was on the same side, the World Tree had not attacked yet. If the three universal civilizations wanted to get the association's help without offering substantial benefits, it would not be such a good thing. His identity was multifaceted, and it was his duty to fight for the interests of the association members. He could not accept the righteous kidnapping of the three universal civilizations. Then, what are your conditions? The three of them narrowed their eyes and leaned forward slightly. Personal opinions were personal, business was business. When it came to substantial benefits, even if the three of them admired Han Zhao's contributions, they would not allow him to ask for an exorbitant price. Perhaps, seeing that they were on the same side and that Black Star was actively sharing information about the World Tree, they could give in. However, if the conditions were too excessive, the three of them would not agree. Han Zhao nodded and said, "Working together is the trend, but I hope you can understand. After all, I'm the president of the association, and I have to give the members an explanation. The ban has caused quite a lot of losses to many beyond Grade A members. First of all, the ban needs to be lifted, and the losses of the beyond Grade A members will be compensated. What do you think?" "Sure." The three of them nodded. This wasn't a plan. Han Zhao continued, "Secondly, the association needs to be compensated with additional resources such as lost time, mental damage, and so on. In the subsequent cooperation, the three universal civilizations also have to continue to provide resources. Although we have a common enemy, you guys are the rulers of the explored universe. We'll help you protect your territory. We can't work for free." "That's not a problem. The number can be negotiated." The three of them pondered for a moment, but did not object. Han Zhao paused for a moment before slowly saying, "Lastly, the three universal civilizations have to recognize the authority of the Beyond Grade A Association. It will no longer be a civilian organization, but an official super-organization. They will recognize our independence and the sanctity of our territory. They will allow us to openly teach all super knowledge. They will be on equal footing with the advanced civilizations in terms of political status and enjoy the same rights. This will be written into the universal law of the galaxy. In addition, the association will have a territory with a high degree of autonomy at the edge of the explored universe." Hearing this, the three secretly frowned. One of the important reasons they could openly suppress the Beyond Grade A Association was that the nature of the association was that it was a civilian organization and did not enjoy the rights of a series of galactic universal laws, such as the Peace Treaty. No civilian organization had ever enjoyed the same political treatment as the advanced civilizations, not even the powerful Beyond Grade A organizations. This request was unprecedented. This was not a verbal agreement, but a written law. The Beyond Grade A Association wanted to become a true super-authoritative alliance. Once they recognized it, the association's skyrocketing reputation would almost be able to monopolize the civilian super community. Furthermore, they would be protected by the universal law. So many suppression methods could not be used on the association, which was very troublesome. At the same time, the Beyond Grade A Association also requested an autonomous territory that was different from the territory of the Beyond Grade As. It was almost like establishing a country. Furthermore, it would be located at the edge of the explored universe, probably with the strategic intention of being able to advance and retreat in order to prevent a possible cleansing in the future. Han Zhao waited for a moment. Seeing that the three of them were deep in thought, he clicked his tongue and added, "Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. This is the association's request for its own safety. I believe the three universal civilizations should be willing to satisfy the association's wish to protect itself, right?" He almost said the unspoken words. "You guys have been hesitating for so long. Are you guys thinking about getting rid of the hound after the rabbit is dead?" The three of them looked at each other and quickly exchanged opinions in the private channel. Very soon, Mar Bruce knocked on the table and said, "If the World Tree's information is correct, we will agree to this condition. At the same time, if a war breaks out, the association will need to fully contribute. We will draft the detailed terms later." "That's good. When you fulfill your promise, we will have more foundation for cooperation." Han Zhao nodded. He knew very well that this was a potential exchange of benefits and a game of risk. Even if they knew about the existence of external enemies, life had to continue. The three universal civilizations would definitely plan for the situation after defeating the external enemies. At that time, they would still have to solve the problem of the expansion of the number of beyond grade as. Agreeing to this request would increase the difficulty of the cleansing in the future. However, due to the pressure of the external enemies, the three universal civilizations had no choice but to stabilize the association and compromise to a certain extent. If they did not agree to this condition, their intentions would be too obvious. Even if they worked together with the association, there would be a lot of unstable factors. This request was equivalent to Black Star's scheme, making it difficult for them to reject it even if they knew the consequences. Most importantly, Black Star was an unexpected insider, which disrupted the pace of the three universal civilizations. Stabilizing Black Star himself was even more important than stabilizing the association. The three of them thought for a while and finally agreed. Other than compromising, they were also gambling on another possibility. Compared to an internal cleansing, letting the external enemies reduce the number of beyond grade, as was a more suitable way. The beyond grade A association suffered heavy casualties in the external war. This was the most ideal result, far better than internal strife. Not only did it temporarily alleviate the problem of the imbalance of individual strength, but it also made the deaths of these beyond grade as the most valuable. This way, the after effects of agreeing to Black Star's request would be greatly reduced. Before the next imbalance of individual strength occurred, they would have plenty of time to think of a solution. Han Xiao also knew what the three universal civilizations meant. This was where the game was. Because the threat of the world tree was too great, he did not plan to not put in any effort. Making the beyond grade A association suffer heavy casualties was also his goal. The core reason was that there was no limit to the Sanctum revival. He claimed that he only had one chance, and only by exposing the truth would he be able to complete the deterrence of the three universal civilizations. If he wanted people to die, he would either have to fight a civil war or an external war. It was impossible for the beyond grade as to collectively commit suicide. In comparison, fighting an external war would naturally maximize the benefits. He would not waste the key, would not exhaust his internal strength, and would also show his fist. As long as they saw the effects of the Sanctum revival, the three universal civilizations would understand the importance of it without experiencing it personally. They would have a strong fear of taking action. Not only would he be able to fight against the world tree, but he would also intimidate the three universal civilizations. At the same time, he planned to mix in some Sanctum key materials that were difficult to find into the list of compensation. With the wealth of the three universal civilizations, they would definitely be able to take them out. It was equivalent to using other people's materials to build his own weapon and then using it to threaten them. This was very impressive. It was already a foregone conclusion that the world tree would come into contact with him in advance. So Han Xiao adapted to the situation and flexibly adjusted his plan to maximize the benefits. The three leaders in front of him naturally did not know this, and they probably still thought that he was pursuing the guarantee of peace. Both sides had their own thoughts and reached a temporary consensus. Also, don't reveal anything about the world tree civilization to the outside world for the time being. The fewer people who know, the better. Otherwise, it will cause chaos, Mar Bruce instructed. Of course. Han Xiao nodded. In his previous life, the battle with the world tree had been fought with the advanced civilizations, armed forces, and supers. The ordinary people were basically protected, and their use was limited. It was not yet at the level where everyone was a soldier, and even if they knew, it would only add to the trouble. As he spoke, Han Xiao paused and said, "By the way, since you've invited me to be the special security consultant, I have to check on this matter. I need to share your exploration report on the World Tree civilization." "No problem." Mar Bruce agreed very readily this time. After all, he did not have as much information as Black Star, and this was one of the help they needed. Han Xiao quickly received the research report on the wormhole data from the Dynasty's Academy of Sciences and immediately began reading it. He had returned to being the special security consultant to supervise the progress of the three universal civilizations' exploration and obtain first-hand information. Currently, he was the only outsider who had the right to interfere with the three universal civilizations' exploration of the World Tree. After quickly browsing through it, Han Zhao's gaze locked onto the first report. Next to the conclusion of confirmed existence of an unknown universal civilization, there was a doubtful comment from the audit department. He then looked back at the data and realized that it did not seem like he could directly come to this conclusion. What's wrong with the researcher who wrote this conclusion? This data can't prove that the other party is a universal civilization. Although he guessed correctly, it's too arbitrary. Han Xiao raised his brows. That's why we suspended him. It's too careless. Bruce nodded. Han Xiao had a guess. Did this guy do it on purpose? Even a minor character can change the era. He sighed softly and lamented in his heart. After sorting out his emotions, Han Xiao pretended to be joking and said, "No matter what, he has made a contribution by chance. We can't let him down." Bruce glanced at him and did not say anything. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled, changed the topic, and got down to business. Based on the current progress, I have a few suggestions. This meeting lasted for a few hours. After the two sides reached a consensus to keep in touch frequently, Han Xiao deactivated the remote projection and returned to his office. Han Xiao exhaled, rubbed his cheeks, and muttered, "Luckily, the three universal civilizations have avoided the crisis. Luckily, we managed to avoid a civil war. The three universal civilizations have finally stopped targeting us." He knew that the three universal civilizations would not completely let go of their hostility, but at their level, there was basically no one who would not turn back until they hit a wall. They all knew their priorities. As long as everyone came to an agreement, they could stop fighting and make peace today. The relationship between them was not important at all. It only depended on whether there was a need, and external enemies had always been a factor in shifting internal conflicts. The two sides had not turned enemies into friends. At most, they had become temporary partners, working together to solve their common main conflict. In fact, the biggest obstacle for the three universal civilizations to make peace with the association was Han Xiao, the president with real power. Now that he had agreed to cooperate, most of the resistance had disappeared. It could be said that he had single-handedly pushed for the alliance between the two sides. From today onwards, the situation has entered a new stage of being united against the outside world. The enemy is in the light, and we are in the dark. We have to start preparing for the World Tree civilization. Han Xiao pulled himself together and felt a chill in his heart. This hidden danger had troubled him for nearly 100 years. Now, it was as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. It was finally time to face it. End of chapter. Chapter 1330. One day later, in the Black Star Core territory, mechanical life civilization, planet Apostle, Han Xiao and Aurora walked into the Galactic Research Institute, stopped in front of SWY-001, and looked up at this enormous mechanical body. "Are you sure you want to wake this big guy up today?" Aurora turned around and looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao nodded. "Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Aurora asked curiously. "I've already finished studying it. There's nothing else of value left on it. It's time to wake it up and see if we can communicate with it." Han Xiao casually found an excuse. "All right, as long as you're happy." Aurora rubbed her hands and said eagerly, "Shall I start now?" Han Xiao nodded and snapped his fingers. Mechanical force flowed out, and mechanical soldiers appeared one after another with their weapons raised. At the same time, the various devices that imprisoned SWY-001 also started operating at full power. Seeing this, Aurora flipped her palm, and life force flowed into SWY-001. In her senses, SWY-001's almost dormant life force started to increase rapidly. Although Han Xiao did not have the ability to sense life force, he could still feel a powerful energy wave slowly waking up. In his vision, SWY-001 cells started to generate mechanical force, and the many mechanical modules that were almost paralyzed in its body started to operate. The broken mechanical body started to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mechanical devices that Han Xiao used to imprison it started to show signs of disintegration, as if they were going to be decomposed into raw materials for SWY-001 to repair its mechanical structure. Click, click, click. A series of mechanical sounds came from SWY-001's body. Its core reactor was activated, and its vocal cords also vibrated, letting out a heavy and strange groan like the groan of a beast that had just woken up from its slumber. Aurora cautiously took a few steps back. Han Xiao took a few steps forward and stood in front of her. He stared at the changes in SWY-001's parameters as it woke up. All of a sudden, an intense mechanical force exploded on his mechanical body and flowed through his entire body. SWY-001's eyelids trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. There was no light in his eyes, as if he had slept for too long and was trying to recall his identity. After being stiff for a long time, SWY-001 seemed to have readjusted its consciousness and started moving its body. SWY-001 scanned its surroundings in a daze. Then it lowered its head and looked at Han Xiao, who was also emitting great power. It opened its mouth and let out a deafening sound wave with many strange syllables, as if it was talking. What is he saying? Aurora didn't understand. She poked Han Xiao's back. That is the common language of his civilization. He is questioning who we are and where we are. Han Xiao explained casually without even turning his head. He had obtained a lot of information from SWY-001's memory file, including the various languages of the Karma Republic. Han Xiao was relieved. Luckily, SWY-001's consciousness had not dissipated. Otherwise, he would have only obtained a shell, and the wake-up service would not have been able to continue. He might have had to go to the sanctum to get him out. Just as he was about to speak to SWY-001, something happened. Boom! A powerful mechanical force exploded, and the confinement device instantly disintegrated and was devoured by SWY-001. Then, he twisted his body, and his enormous mechanical body crashed through the wall of the research institute like a giant beast, retreating far away. At the same time, the broken parts quickly turned into various weapon modules and attached themselves to the surface of his body. He then fired at Han Xiao. Beams of light shot toward him. Han Xiao did not move, and the mechanical army around him summoned shields to block the attacks. Ah, he's running away. It's normal for him to have a reaction when he just woke up. Plus, he can't run away. Han Xiao said casually. SWY-001's last memory was of him being defeated by the World Tree civilization. He probably still did not understand the situation and thought that he had been captured by the World Tree civilization. Having expected this possibility, Han Xiao had removed the extra weapon modules of SWY-001 long ago. At the same time, he gathered the troops of the Mechanical Life civilization and arranged a large number of troops around him. The two of them flew into the universe through the hole that SWY-001 had made. They immediately saw the endless mechanical army surrounding this place. SWY-001 was surrounded in the middle and was about to break out. At this time, dozens of apostle weapons suddenly charged out from the army. Han Zhao's mechanical force landed on them from a distance. These apostle weapons engaged SWY-001 and quickly gained the upper hand. After the battle with the three universal civilizations, Han Xiao had the Dimension Factory repair the damaged soldiers day and night. The paralyzed apostle weapons were given priority to repair. Now, the apostle weapons had basically recovered. Han Zhao's muscles bulged, and blood gushed out, weaving into strips of flesh. The mechanical soldiers beside him swarmed over, and the advanced mechanical deity immediately appeared. He did not hold back. He charged forward, pressed down on SWY-001, and gave it a good beating. It was like two mechanical beasts fighting in space. Han Xiao had the upper hand in all aspects, while SWY-001's modules were in pieces. It was far from its peak state, so it was completely suppressed and could not fight back at all. Compared to the strength he had when he fought the three Universal Civilizations direct members not long ago, Han Xiao had already completed the challenge mission and received 520 billion experience, 8 character summon cards, and 6 new abilities. 2 of them were ordinary talents, 2 were advanced talents, 1 was a rare ability, and 1 was a molding talent. The molding talent came from Wernos and was called God's Enhancement. Its effect was to increase the strength of one's abilities to a certain extent, as well as greatly strengthen the bonuses of the various levels of God's trait transformation. At the same time, it also increased the bonuses of faith-type talents. Key of Adeptus Mechanicus was suitable for this. These missions also gave him 3 Universe Legendary points, which were number 1 beyond grade, creator of the greatest battle record in history, and source of fear of the 3 Universal Civilizations. Furthermore, after forcing the 3 Universal Civilizations troops to retreat and completing the mission requested by Manison, he obtained one of his abilities. Fu Ding's luck seemed to have been concentrated on this. He also obtained one of Manison's unique talents, which was called Mechanical Force Ultimate, Manison. His mechanical force was strengthened, greatly increasing his machinery affinity and mechanical force strength, as well as the attributes of his mechanical force and the upper limit of his energy. Although the unique talents were great, he had already collected 3 of Manison's unique talents, and he felt like he was becoming more and more like the Mecha Empire. These abilities increased his energy rank by a total of 2,740 Ona. To be able to increase his energy rank by such a considerable amount at his current level, the bonus to his combat strength was obvious. Compared to when they were facing each other, he was more than just a little stronger. The 3 Universal Civilizations' continuous battles had become nutrients for his growth. When Han Xiao was at his peak, there was no suspense in the battle between him and the crippled SWY-001. The best way to convince someone was always with his fists. After a round of persuasion, SWY-001 was finally forced to calm down. While subduing SWY-001, Han Xiao sent a private message to explain the current situation. Stop resisting. This isn't the World Tree Civilization. We're another advanced civilization. You fell into our territory through a wormhole, and I picked you up. After explaining it over and over again, coupled with the deterrence of his fists, SWY-001 finally stopped struggling and began communicating with him skeptically. In the quantum network, the data exchange between the two was completed in the blink of an eye. SWY-001 knew that Han Xiao had checked his memory device and also saw some information about the Galactic Society, so he basically believed what Han Xiao said. However, he immediately became anxious. I can't stay here. My civilization is still waiting for me. His voice was like the voices of countless people stacked together, giving off an inexplicable sense of emptiness. His memory was still stuck at the time when he was defeated and unconscious. He did not see the moment when the Karma Republic was completely destroyed. Han Xiao shook his head. I've checked your age. You've been drifting in the universe for a very long time. According to our time calculation, that was more than 600 years ago. I'm afraid your civilization has already been destroyed. SWY-001 froze, as if he had fallen into a daze. Protecting his civilization with his life was the most important logic he had written when he was born. It was also the meaning of his existence in this form. I need confirmation, SWY-001 replied with a buzzing sound. If you're willing to provide the coordinates of the universe, we can help you explore it. However, we also need your help. It's an equivalent exchange. Help? We're also experiencing the same threat. You're the only survivor we know of, so we need your help. Your civilization has been destroyed. If you want revenge, you can't do it alone. We can work together, Han Xiao explained it to him. If it's true, I'll agree. SWY-001 analyzed for a while and finally nodded. After all, he could not beat the other party, so he did not have much choice. Furthermore, in the underlying logic, there was a revenge rule to begin with. If his civilization was destroyed, he had to find a way to take revenge on the World Tree while protecting himself. If his civilization was really destroyed, he had nowhere to go. Working with the civilizations here to fight against the World Tree was also in line with his goal. Then, I'll organize a meeting between you and the ruler of this territory. I need you to convince them of some things and help them recognize the danger of the World Tree civilization. As he spoke, Han Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. I've given you a number, but you probably won't like it. You're a collective consciousness. How do you want to call you? Just call me Herberlin. That's the name of my beyond grade and main body. The communication between the two of them was extremely fast and efficient. Herberlin did not resist and allowed the apostle weapons to take him away. There was still a lot of information about the Galactic Society that he needed to understand, but he would not be allowed to freely access the internet. Han Xiao had already used the virtual technology as a precaution and blocked the internet function. Seeing this, Han Xiao deactivated the mechanical deity state and relaxed his body. It went smoother than I thought. It's probably because of my fists. As long as he could not control the other party, Herberlin would definitely run away and search for the answer on his own. If it were anyone else, it would not have been so easy to deal with. However, with powerful combat strength, this problem was easily solved. His methods were simple and crude, but effective. If he could not win against the other party would not be so easily convinced. Han Xiao opened the interface and took a look. The mission of Visitor from Afar was completed. The evaluation was based on the degree of repair of the body, which had reached a very high level. Although he had dismantled a lot of mechanical structures, Aurora's healing effect was amazing, which raised the evaluation. The reward of this mission itself was not high. The most useful thing was a Herberlin character summon card. The unknown impact of awakening Herberlin on the situation was the mission note. Just as Han Xiao was calculating the reward, Aurora slowly flew to his side with a curious expression. She did not know the content of the conversation between Han Xiao and Herberlin, nor did she know the other party's background. What did you say to him just now? What's up with this big guy? He comes from a lost civilization, a wanderer who lost his home. The details are a secret for now. I have other arrangements for him. Fisk, forget it if you don't want to say it. Aurora could tell that Han Xiao did not want her to delve into it. She could not help but pout and snort. After a pause, Aurora said, "Oh, right. What about the underworld hero spirits that I revived? They're still on standby. Do you want me to remove their physical bodies? There's no need to remove them. Keep them as a secret mobile force. They'll come in handy one day. Is it to guard against the 3 universal civilizations?" Aurora probed. The outside world did not know what was going on between the Association and the 3 universal civilizations. That's a factor, but it's not the main point. Han Xiao shook his head. I've already talked to the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations. If nothing goes wrong, the 2 sides should temporarily stop and make peace. Aurora was surprised. What agreement did you guys come to? The 3 universal civilizations are actually willing to give in. The reason is a secret for now, so I can't tell you yet. However, I'll hold a regular meeting to explain the specific terms. You'll know then. More than half a month passed quickly. Under the high attention of the Galactic Society, the 3 universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association seemed to have really stopped fighting. The 2 sides minded their own business. Just as all kinds of speculations were getting more and more rampant, the 3 universal civilizations, who had been pretending to be mute for more than half a month, finally released a joint statement, causing an earthquake in the entire Galactic Society. The 3 universal civilizations claimed that when the situation was about to go out of control, they took the initiative to give in. On one hand, they considered the safety of the Galactic Society. After much consideration, they finally chose to keep the peace and prevent the Galactic Society from falling into the flames of war. On the other hand, They said that they had reached a consensus with the association and had a reasonable way to deal with the virus technology. As for what it was, they did not give any details. The Beyond Grade A Association also gave them face and did not expose the three universal civilization statement, saying that this was how it was and that there was no conspiracy theory. At least on the surface, the reason for the three universal civilizations' large-scale military operation this time was the virtual mutiny virus technology. As long as this problem was solved, it would make sense for them to retreat. Even if their words were ambiguous, they could use confidentiality as a reason, and the galactic residents could not do anything about it. However, what caused an uproar among the galactic residents was the second half of the three universal civilization statement. They said that they would temporarily suspend the ban on the association and cancel the previous sanctions. The various organizations were shocked. They were clearly in a Cold War mode not long ago, and now they want to reconcile? What's going on? Did the three universal civilizations give up on solving the problem of individual strength and balance? What kind of agreement did the two sides reach? Or were the three universal civilizations so afraid that they did not dare to make a move? Many people subconsciously thought of the scene of Black Star suppressing all the powerhouses of the three universal civilizations during the confrontation. Although they knew that the three universal civilizations would not stop because of Black Star's individual strength, they could not help but think in this direction. Could it be that the three universal civilizations were really afraid? Seeing the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association quickly go from fighting each other to being at peace, the countless bystanders had mixed feelings. They felt a little dejected, as if their voices did not matter at all. The ruler and the strong changed the era. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, they could only accept it. However, although both sides expressed that they would stop fighting, the three universal civilizations were still aggressive at the beginning. This result undoubtedly made people feel that the Beyond Grade A Association had won this battle for a while. This was one of the few cases where a civilian organization forced the three universal civilizations to give in. The reputation of the Beyond Grade A Association, which had been suppressed, suddenly bounced back. All of a sudden, it was as if they had become the brightest kid in the galactic society. Although the voices of cursing the supers did not disappear completely, they were drowned out by the sea of rainbow farts. Many people were slapped in the face by this result and did not dare to go against the current mainstream opinion. They all quieted down and quietly went into hiding. On the other side, the most dumbfounded was still the Supercluster Alliance. They made up just like that? They're not going to break up anymore? If you don't fight, how are we going to get close to the association? Are we, the third party, going to be abandoned again? The taste of being a spare tire is so bitter. Chapter 1331. Beyond Grade A Association Headquarters, Planet Finn. Today was the first regular meeting after the three universal civilizations gave in. All the Beyond Grade A members were present early. No one was not curious about what agreement Black Star had reached with the three universal civilizations and were waiting for the president to give them an explanation. This is really sudden. Black Star completed the peace talks with the three universal civilizations without a word. I didn't receive any news at all, Kasuyi complained. I wonder what agreement the president reached with the three universal civilizations in private. With Black Star's personality, we shouldn't be the ones at a disadvantage, Kant said with an uncertain tone. Of course, no one present believed the announcement made by the three universal civilizations. They all knew that Black Star must have done some insider trading in private, but no one had found out what was going on. By the way, Ames, you're so close to Black Star. Did he tell you anything? Cisco turned and asked. He didn't tell me. Ames turned to Hela and said with a smile, but Hela might know. I'm not sure. I haven't seen him recently. Hela pursed her lips and shook her head. Everyone whispered to each other for a while, and Han Zhao's remote projection finally landed on the main seat. He looked around and smiled. Since everyone is here, let's get straight to the point. The main reason I gathered everyone here today is to tell you the agreement I reached with the three universal civilizations, as well as the next step of the association. Han Shao glanced around. Seeing that everyone was listening to him attentively, he continued. The three universal civilizations agreed to a few of my conditions. They've decided to lift the blockade and make up for our losses during this period. They'll also give us additional compensation. In addition, they'll recognize the official status of the Beyond Grade A Association and enjoy the same rights as the advanced civilizations. This will be written into the galactic law. At the same time, we'll get a highly autonomous territory at the edge of the explored universe. That's about it. As soon as he finished, the entire place was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The Beyond Grade A members present were shocked and looked at Han Shao in disbelief. It was not that this agreement was bad, but that it was too good. They did not expect that Black Star would be able to obtain such ridiculous benefits that even the three universal civilizations were willing to accept. A normal truce was still within the range of understanding, but the three universal civilizations were not giving in at all, but surrendering. Only when someone had their reproductive organs pinched by someone else would they compromise to this extent. Originally, everyone thought that it would be good enough if the three universal civilizations were willing to give them some compensation, but they did not expect such a surprise. With this, the problems that had been troubling the association were mostly solved, and they had much less to worry about. How did you do it? Kasui couldn't help but ask. Han Shao vaguely glanced at the Beyond Grade as of the supercluster and said, I know that everyone is curious about the reason why the three universal civilizations gave in, but this matter is rather complicated, and we don't have a definite answer yet. Furthermore, these benefits are not given for free. It's part of the deal, and the price is that we have to help the three universal civilizations at certain times. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Seeing this, Han Shao spread his hands. If you have any opinions, you can raise them. The foundation of our association's existence is to respect the attitude of all members. If you feel that it's not suitable, we could discuss it again. Biger immediately coughed and said, I think it's not bad. After all, we revivers have already died once. We can't enjoy the sanctum revival, so we don't have to take the risk of fighting. Of course, it's a good thing. Hearing this, many of the revivers nodded. Oathkeepers' lies were deeply rooted in their hearts. In their opinion, if they died again, they could only go to the underworld and live a lowly life. I thought I could start a massacre and teach the three universal civilizations an unforgettable lesson to repay them for what they did to me back then. I didn't expect that after a few hundred years, the three universal civilizations would become a bunch of cowards. Black Star, you two, what's there to negotiate? The three universal civilizations chose to give in, so they must be in trouble. We should beat them when they're down. You didn't even seize such a good opportunity. I thought you were a ruthless person, but I was wrong about you. Han Shao raised his brows and let out a nasal sound. Dylan snorted, his tone not showing any weakness. I didn't expect you to not be the kind of guy I thought you were, but a wise man full of righteousness, foresight, and rationality. You deserve to be our leader. Han Shao nodded in satisfaction, and his nasal voice deepened. Everyone immediately looked away in disdain, ignoring Dylan's voice. Kasui came out to smooth things over and said with a smile, These conditions are all surprises, so no one has any objections. However, Black Star, the three universal civilizations have only expressed their willingness to stop and make peace. They haven't acknowledged our independence yet. Are you sure they will fulfill the agreement? I still don't think they will compromise so easily. There's basically no problem, but we'll have to wait for a while. Han Shao shook his head. He had already asked Herberlin to talk to the leaders of the three universal civilizations to increase his persuasiveness. When the three universal civilizations had some results in their actual exploration, it was time to fulfill the agreement. Furthermore, this matter had caused an uproar and was currently in the limelight. The three universal civilizations planned to deal with it coldly for a period of time and only announce this matter after the heat of public opinion had passed. I hope so. Kasui nodded and asked curiously, "Then what's the next development path of the association? Do you have any ideas?" Han Xiao shook his head. "Everyone, recover your strength first and continue to accumulate forces. As for the future, we'll talk about it after the three universal civilizations fulfill the agreement." He remembered another idea he had in the past. When their political status was recognized and the autonomous territory was in their hands, the association's reputation among the supers would rise to a new level. Perhaps they could create a country that belonged solely to the supers and absorb the free supers of the entire universe. The current association would then become the ruling parliament of the country. On one hand, it was to consider their future development. They had to expand the size of the organization and recruit more people. As the seedlings of the beyond grade, as the more supers there were, the better. On the other hand, it was to ensure their independence. Ordinary supers would have many worries living under the jurisdiction of the three universal civilizations. If they had a new place to go, they would have a choice, and there would always be people who were willing to become residents here. Furthermore, the conflict between the ordinary people and the supers was getting more and more intense. Everyone did not see eye to eye with each other. Perhaps it was not bad to give the supers a chance to live separately. It might be good for everyone. Of course, the three universal civilizations would definitely not be happy to see this. Before the threat of the world tree erupted, Han Xiao would not consider taking action. As long as it's a super, no race will reject them. Why does this behavior seem a little familiar? Han Xiao scratched his head. If he remembered correctly, this idea was a little like the character in a comic that was still serialized in his previous life. It should be the Andy who built the world of nations. Then what am I, the big boss? Han Xiao threw these random thoughts out of his mind and continued to discuss business with everyone. After talking for more than an hour, the meeting finally ended. Everyone left with excitement and relaxation. Han Xiao deactivated the remote projection. Just as he returned to his office, Philip appeared. "Master Hum, you have a high-level encrypted message. It's from the Supercluster Alliance, Hum. Oh, looks like they can't hold it in anymore." Han Xiao opened the message and took a look. It was a message from the Supercluster Alliance inviting him to a meeting. He was not surprised. The association had originally cooperated with the Supercluster Alliance to fight against the three universal civilizations. Now that the three universal civilizations and the association had stopped fighting each other, the Supercluster Alliance, as the third party, was in a difficult position. Furthermore, the Supercluster Beyond Grade, as who had participated in the meeting earlier, must have sent the agreement back. The Supercluster Alliance was definitely anxious, afraid that the association and the three universal civilizations would work together again. Thus, they hurriedly came to test his attitude. 10 minutes later, in the meeting room of the Supercluster Alliance, the various leaders gathered and sat upright. Han Zhao's remote projection appeared in the room, and he immediately felt everyone's gazes. The Star Arc Civilization's leader said with a deep voice, "Black Star, we agreed to work together to fight against the three universal civilizations. What's going on now?" Han Xiao shrugged. "The goal of the struggle is peace. The association has already achieved its goal, so there's no need to continue fighting against the three universal civilizations. This is good for the association. What about our alliance?" Han Xiao calmly said, "Our previous alliance had a total of 4 conditions. Other than the first condition, which is to fight against the three universal civilizations, the other 3 are two-way resource sharing and cooperation. We can continue to cooperate in the future." The Star Arc Civilization's leader could not help but ask, "Then, what if the three universal civilizations have something to say? Will you break the alliance because of this?" Since the three universal civilizations have admitted that the association can keep the virtual virus technology, they've admitted that no one has the right to interfere with the association's internal affairs. Which galactic law did I violate by forming an alliance with you? So what if they have something to say? Han Xiao shrugged. Maybe we can change the first agreement and change the condition of joining forces against the three universal civilizations to that the association cannot take the initiative to attack the supercluster civilizations other than counterattacking. At the same time, the Sanctum revival quota, I promised you, will still be effective. Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. They were prepared for Black Star to turn against them, but from the looks of it, Black Stars seemed to be very easy to talk to. Han Xiao smiled and said, "To put it bluntly, we don't trust the three universal civilizations, so we need to leave a way out. Therefore, we're willing to maintain a good relationship with the Supercluster Alliance. When the association was blocked, it was you guys who lent a helping hand. Personally, I'm also willing to continue cooperating, so I still have this bit of credibility." I see. The Star Arc civilization's leader was relieved. Although it made it seem like an affair, this result was barely acceptable. The main thing was that Black Star did not intend to go back on his Sanctum revival quota, so this was quite good. So what if we're two-timing? At least we still have the right to be stepped on. As long as it's comfortable, we can even accept a spare tire. After the parties involved expressed their opinions one after another, even if all kinds of conspiracy theories ran rampant, the situation quickly calmed down, and the galactic residents and the various large organizations slowly returned to their normal lives. The blockade was lifted, and the various channels of the association were reopened one after another, gradually returning to normal business. However, the plan to integrate the black market did not stop, and it was still carried out by the players. Something big happened every day, and the lives of ordinary people had to continue. The dispute between the three universal civilizations and the association also gradually became the topic of conversation after meals, no longer being talked about every day. However, under the surface of peace, undercurrents were surging. The three universal civilizations were secretly preparing for war and investigating. This set of wormhole data left behind by ES God was named World Tree Passage. With Han Zhao's reminder, the three universal civilizations were very careful in their exploration. So far, they had not encountered any life from the World Tree civilization. At the same time, the three universal civilizations listened to Han Zhao's suggestion and organized a joint expedition army, intending to enter the depths of the secondary dimensions to search for the so-called World Tree's main body. Secondary Dimension World, Dynasty Outpost. A huge expedition fleet was gathered here, undergoing the last inspection before departure. The dock was filled with soldiers of the three universal civilizations with serious expressions. Han Xiao stood on the dock and watched this scene. Harrison stood to the side with his backpack on his back, at a loss as to what to do. He said weakly, "Your Excellency Black Star, what is this fleet looking for? Why do I have to participate? To find something related to the fate of the explored universe." Han Xiao patted his shoulder. "Do I have to go?" Harrison was about to cry. He was still young and was not the old explorer from his previous life. Furthermore, the World Tree War had not broken out yet, so he could not ignore life and death. An expedition to the depths of the secondary dimensions was not an easy mission. Along the way, they would have to pass through countless strange secondary dimensions. Who knew what kind of situation they would encounter? If they did not deal with it properly, they would suffer heavy losses. Furthermore, communication was not convenient. They would be like a lone army that could not communicate with the rear. What are you afraid of? Didn't I leave you a lot of equipment? If you encounter danger, they will be enough to protect you. If not, didn't you bring a set of Lord's avatar and a throne? I can teleport over at any time. Han Xiao patted his head. I'm afraid that I won't be able to call you in time before I die. Harrison looked dejected. Furthermore, there are so many people participating. There's no point in adding me, right? Han Xiao was helpless and could not answer. In his previous life, Harrison had discovered the main body of the World Tree. But this time, who knew if the goddess of luck would favor him? Furthermore, the main body of the World Tree was not without protection. The surrounding secondary dimensions were filled with countless spawn races, which were extremely dangerous. When the fleet discovered the other party, the World Tree also discovered them. However, if they could not find the main body of the World Tree, their chances of winning were slim. Sending the expedition team in advance was already a step ahead. Han Xiao was currently the only outsider cooperating with the three universal civilizations to explore the world tree. Other than Harrison, he had also chosen some trustworthy people to participate in the first batch of Secondary Dimensions expedition team. Most of them were mechanical lives, with some Black Spirit race members mixed in. After comforting Harrison for a while, the expedition fleet was finally ready. Harrison looked back 3 times with every step, but in the end, he still stepped onto the spaceship bravely. With the roar of the Secondary Dimensions dedicated engine, the joint expedition fleet slowly took off, turning into a flash of light and disappearing from everyone's sight, heading toward the unknown future. Chapter 1332. After sending off the expedition team, Han Xiao stood at the dock for a while. This time, Guzer, who was wearing a tall emperor's suit, walked over from behind and stood side by side. Guzer, who had a long beard and looked like Zhang Fei, took out a thick red cigarette from his shirt pocket. He rubbed it with his finger and lit the cigarette. He took a deep breath and exhaled a puff of green smoke. He smacked his lips and said, "That's right." He smacked his lips and said, "This is only the first batch. There will be a second and third expedition team in the future. The depths of the secondary dimensions are unpredictable. I hope the main body of the world tree you mentioned really exists. Don't let the sacrifices die for nothing. Don't be too pessimistic. Maybe it'll be more dangerous than dangerous," Han Xiao replied casually. Guzer did not comment. He took out another cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Han Xiao. It's a premium product specially provided by the dynasty's upper echelons. You can't buy it on the market. Try it? I don't smoke anymore. Han Xiao waved his hand and rejected. Is that so? Guzer put away the cigarette, shook his head, and said, "Speaking of which, I've never heard of you having any hobbies. Don't you mechanics have any entertainment needs? Smoking and drinking are not as fun as robots." Han Xiao glanced at him. "Just say what you want. Can I talk to you if I don't have anything?" Guzer shrugged. Although Black Star had beaten them up not long ago, both sides had made peace. Fighting before the battle was official business, and there was no grudge between them. Most beyond grade as admired the strong, and the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations were no exception. They all had a certain level of respect for Black Star's achievements and abilities. "Next time, I'm quite busy." Han Xiao patted Guzer's shoulder. Guzer sighed and said, "All right, I'm here to tell you that His Excellency the Ruler is waiting for you online. He wants to talk to you about something. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Han Xiao turned around and walked into the dynasty's outpost base. He went to the private communication room and answered Marbru's call. "Ruler Marbruce, what's the matter? Our exploration has made some progress. The probes have collected the exact coordinates, and the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device can already reach the territory of the World Tree civilization. However, we have no intention of sending troops for the time being." Han Xiao nodded. The Radiant Federation's multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device had extremely high strategic value and was very useful. It was necessary to use it here. Unfortunately, the three universal civilizations only allowed him to interfere in limited areas. Most of them only treated him as a consultant and did not allow him to use the World Tree channel to send anything. "What can I do for you?" "We plan to bury some detection equipment and strategic killing weapons in the uninhabited areas. For this, we need more information, such as the star map of the other side and the division of forces. It's inefficient for us to slowly detect these things, and as the detection range expands, the risk of encountering the World Tree civilization will increase." "So?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Marbruce pondered and said, "We plan to try to connect to the other party's network after the preparations are done and steal some superficial information, so we're here to ask for your opinion." Han Xiao thought for a while and said, "If it's just superficial information, as long as we enter from an unimportant terminal node, do a good job of disguising the data and erasing the traces, and let the beyond grade as analyze the other party's network coding language first, the risk will be controlled. This was not invading the other party's network, but browsing the network information with an alias. So the difficulty was not high. The World Tree civilization also had a communication system in the form of a quantum network, which was basically the standard of advanced civilizations. However, the cornerstone of the communication method was not the quantum network, but a mental network called the treetop connection that the World Tree came with. However, the latter was too transparent and monotonous, not as diverse as the quantum network. Then let the beyond grade A mechanic take the lead and supplement the computing power of the main artificial intelligence to collect the superficial information of the other party's network. When the time comes, the information obtained will be shared with you. After chatting for a while, Bruce hung up the communication, mainly to inform Han Xiao of the exploration plan. Han Xiao put down the communicator and curled his lips. Other than the secondary dimension expeditionary army, they won't let me interfere in any other exploration work. It seems like they're still on guard. The current situation was far from the stage of unity in his previous life. Although it was not to the extent of scheming against each other, they could not completely trust each other like in his previous life and cooperate without any worries. After leaving the Dynasty outpost and returning to the army base, Han Xiao summoned Philip and issued a special summoning order to the hundreds of beyond grade A seeds in the army. Because the three universal civilizations strictly controlled the World Tree channel, he could not make many preparations at the moment. Other than increasing the Void God's trait transformation and making the production line explode all day long, he could only wait for the players to become rich and slowly provide him with EXP. Therefore, he planned to use the advantage of the interface to give the hundreds of beyond grade A seeds who had transferred to the army a year ago a long-term special training, hoping that a new beyond grade it would be born from this group of people and strengthen the high-end strength of the association. After sending the message, Han Xiao left the room and walked around the base for a while before suddenly bumping into Jenny. Han Xiao could not help but stop and ask in confusion. Ames has already returned to Floating Dragon Island. Why are you still here? Jenny crossed her arms and snorted. It wasn't easy for me to get a holiday because of the refuge. I don't want to go back so quickly to work overtime. Let Ames take care of things herself. I happen to have some free time. Han Xiao understood. So you've rested well? No wonder your hairline has recovered a little. I almost didn't recognize you. You don't have to say it if you don't know how to speak. No one will treat you as a mute. Jenny rolled her eyes. Then rest well at my place. However, if Ames comes to ask me for someone, don't expect me to help you. Han Xiao shook his head, smiled, and walked past him. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Jenny behind him speak again. This time, her tone was a little hesitant. I haven't seen Harrison in a while. I sent him a message, but he didn't reply. Where did he go? Han Xiao turned around and looked at her, a little surprised. The two of you really hooked up? I thought you rejected him. Looks like you're the same as Ames, the honest type. T. Jenny was furious. There's nothing between me and that annoying guy. I was just curious. Han Xiao did not believe her at all. He casually said, he went on a secret mission. You probably won't see him for a long time. Secret mission? Jenny hesitated for a moment. Is it dangerous? Of course, Han Xiao replied rather straightforwardly. Jenny choked. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she softly said, Then help me tell him. Tell him what? Han Xiao immediately became alert. Stupid sister, be careful. Don't raise a flag so casually and lower Harrison's survival rate. Jenny gritted her teeth, turned her head, and stubbornly said, Ask him when he's going to pay me back the money he owes me. TSK, you don't mean what you say. Han Xiao mercilessly exposed Jenny. Forget it. If you don't want to help me, ask. Jenny flew into a rage out of humiliation. I'll ask him, but I might not be able to contact him now. Let's talk about it another time. Han Xiao waved his hands, turned around, and left. When he turned the corner, he turned his head to take a look and saw that Jenny was still standing in the same place with a disappointed expression on her face. TSK, and you say there's nothing going on. Han Xiao smacked his lips. Just as he was about to leave, Philip suddenly jumped out with a surprised expression. Master, another army officer has become a beyond grade A Let me see. Han Xiao was overjoyed and immediately switched to the surveillance interface. In the image, a figure burning with pugilist flames was sitting cross-legged in space like a small star. It was Lot Hair, who had been in seclusion for decades. After holding in for so long, this guy finally gave birth. He advanced. Han Xiao was greatly relieved. Originally, he thought that Lot Hair would still need a few more years to complete the transformation, but he did not expect him to break through this boundary so quickly. Did he see how I defeated the 3 universal civilizations and feel inspired? Immediately switching to the king, Han Xiao teleported to Lot Hair's personal dojo. As soon as he looked up, he saw Lot Hair, who was completing the last step of his evolution. Han Xiao summoned his mechanical army and set up energy shielding devices around him. After waiting for a while, the pugilist flames on Lot Hair's body slowly retracted, almost like a solid crystal. Just by looking at it, one could feel an oppressive sharpness. The attributes of a pugilist's energy were varied, and Lot Hair's core energy attributes were sharp and armor-piercing, mainly for lethality. Lot Hair opened his eyes, looked around, and immediately saw Han Xiao. He quickly flew down and landed in front of Han Xiao. "Your Excellency Black Star, I did not disappoint you." Lot Hair's attitude was still respectful, not losing himself because of the sudden increase in strength. Han Xiao squeezed his shoulder, smiled, and said, "You're already a beyond grade A, so it's fine to address you as an equal. What do you think? Do you want to start your own organization? I'm still willing to be the blade in your shadow. If not for your nurturing, I wouldn't have what I have today." Lot Hair shook his head, still using the honorific. Beyond grade as usually would not continue to be subordinates, but Lot Hair had thoughts of repaying his debt. Furthermore, the Black Star Corps was also an exception, and there were already 2 beyond grade as in it. With the previous example, the latecomers would be more accepting. Don't belittle yourself. I helped you because you have potential. As Han Xiao spoke, he punched Lot Hair's chest, making a dull thud. Lot Hair could not help but take a step back, rubbing his aching chest. Seeing this, Han Xiao shook his head. You have to continue training your physique. You're still too weak now. In the eyes of ordinary people, beyond grade A is already the peak, but in the eyes of veterans like us, this is just the beginning. You just stepped into this threshold, and there's still a lot to train. I can fight dozens of new beyond grades like you. I've seen the live broadcast of your confrontation with the 3 universal civilizations. I have no doubts about that. Lot Hair nodded. He was also impressed by Han Xiao's performance back then, and his heart was filled with respect. Since you become a beyond grade A, I'll give you a gift. I'll get you a universal treasure weapon in a while. What type do you want? If you don't want mechanical equipment, I can also ask a mage to create an enchanted equipment for you, Han Xiao said. Lot Hair thought for a while. A pair of daggers will do. All right, after you've thought about it, send me your specific requirements, and I'll customize them for you. Han Xiao smiled and suddenly changed the topic. By the way, speaking of which, I have a mission for you. Where to? Who to kill? How long will it last? Lot Hair immediately became serious, showing his professionalism. Sai, don't always fight and kill. It's not good. Han Xiao coughed and said, There's a pugilist genius with extraordinary potential who's receiving special training here. He already has a beyond grade A as his teacher. I hope you could train him for a while and pass on your experience to him. Carrot's bottlenecks were all in the early stages, and he could only level up quickly by accumulating insights. Different experts provided different insights, and Yining was almost squeezed dry. The freshly minted Lot Hair was like a leek field that had yet to be harvested, a new tool. All right, I'll do my best to teach him. Lot Hair nodded, but he was also curious. A pugilist genius who could make the army commander specifically find a beyond grade A as his teacher. How shocking was his potential? This was a bluish-green space. The ground was made up of bluish-green tree roots that were intertwined with each other. The ground was translucent and one could see energy bubbles flowing within the roots. It was filled with a verdant vitality. In the center of the space, a large number of roots rose up, forming a huge throne. A tall figure sat on it with his eyes closed as if he was in a deep sleep. Vine-like roots crawled all over his body, and blue and green fluorescent lights flowed around his body, making him look like lively little fairies. Suddenly, this figure trembled slightly and slowly opened his eyes. He raised his hand and gently patted the armrest of the seat. In the next moment, the roots on the ground moved on their own. They intertwined with each other and transformed into a flower bud. Then, the flower bud opened and a tall figure appeared out of thin air. She was dressed in a gorgeous robe and walked out from inside. As soon as he appeared, this tall figure bowed strangely to the figure on the throne and said in a low voice, "What orders do you have?" Hearing this, the figure on the throne leaned forward slightly and slowly said, "The information network has detected an abnormal network. There is an abnormal reaction in the information form alert network. There might be an unknown information collection that has interacted with us. Perhaps someone is spying on us. Go and investigate." Understood, Your Excellency, Tree King. Chapter 1333. Somewhere in the world tree civilization, an artificial teleportation wormhole suddenly appeared and expanded. A few unmanned engineering ships sailed out and quickly set up shielding devices and communication bases. After the temporary base station was completed, the three direct beyond grade A mechanics from the three universal civilizations used this as a springboard to send the Veda over. In the data field, the quantum souls of Guardian Romo, quantum demon Judith, and the others appeared. In their vision was the quantum network node that was connected into a bright sea of stars. Pay attention to the data disguise. If there are any abnormalities, immediately disconnect the connection. Judith sternly exhorted him. After the initial preparations, the three universal civilizations officially carried out the network intelligence theft plan today. They sent out three direct mechanics to use the computing power of the main artificial intelligence of each civilization to browse the World Tree Civilization's network. The World Tree Channel was a springboard. Now, the wormhole coordinates that the three universal civilizations had explored were not only the data left behind by ES God. To be safe, they changed locations almost every time they attacked, and they rarely used the same wormhole coordinates again. This was the first time this coordinate was used. They planned to temporarily seal it after stealing the network intelligence. The three of them did not have the time to waste. Using the basic coding language that they had deciphered not long ago, they cooperated with their teammates to infiltrate a quantum network node and began to collect data on a large scale, searching for public information on the network. Every second, a huge amount of data was packed and uploaded to the high encryption information processing library temporarily opened by the three universal civilizations' main artificial intelligence. The three universal civilizations monitored the situation remotely, and their efficiency was extremely fast. It did not take long for them to complete the operation. The engineering ship immediately dismantled and retrieved all the devices, leaving behind a few strange-looking bombs on the spot before returning to the explored universe through the wormhole. After the engineering ship returned, the three universal civilizations closed the World Tree Channel on the other side of the wormhole. The artificial wormhole quickly shrank and disappeared. Then, the bombs that had been left in this area in advance exploded at the right time. Chaotic energy waves spread out, covering this area and erasing all traces. Peace was restored in the area, as if nothing had happened. After an unknown period of time, a spatial rift suddenly appeared, and a translucent blue-green root stretched out from it. It was extremely large. Ripples appeared on the surface of the root, and a fleet flew out. At first, it was a little blurry, like a phantom. When it completely left the root, the appearance of the fleet suddenly solidified. This is the abnormal reaction area shown by the information form alert network. Holy tree emissary, do you want to start the inspection? In the command room of the main ship, the captain stood beside a tall figure and respectfully asked for instructions. This tall figure was called Barbani, and it had a ferocious appearance. It looked like some kind of arthropod. It was wearing battle armor, and there was a weak blue-green energy around it. It was not the same species as the crew around it. Within the World Tree civilization, the Holy Tree emissaries were a special group. They had a high status and were one of the executors of the highest will. Only individuals who had a deep connection with the World Tree could take on the role. They could use some of the World Tree's abilities, such as fast travel, physical transformation, and so on. Activate the information form camera and see what's going on here. Barbani's voice was short and sharp. This kind of device could retrace what had happened in an area at the information state level. The higher the power, the longer the retrace time, and the clearer the details. Once the order was given, the fleet quickly got to work. Light green screens scanned the surroundings, but there was no reaction from the areas they scanned. Barbarian. The captain glanced at the scan results and quickly came to a conclusion. Even the traces of the older information form have disappeared, which proves that the outsiders have mastered a certain level of information form technology. The level of their civilization is not low. Looks like we have new prey. Barbani was excited. The captain glanced at the time and analyzed. Judging from the time difference between us and the scene, the intruder's goal may be to enter our quantum network and steal information. That's a good thing. Barbani didn't care. He wasn't worried about the information being leaked on the internet at all. The higher-ups wouldn't be able to find out the key secrets. At the same time, it was also a layer of bait. The information form warning network covered the entire information collection of the World Tree civilization. It could detect if an outsider was spying on it. As long as it was entangled with the information collection, it would send out a warning. However, it was only limited to the alarm, and there was no way to steal the other party's information. Therefore, they could only discover that there was an outsider spying on them, but they did not know the other party's specific situation. However, this was not a problem. The World Tree itself had the characteristics of a high-dimensional information body. The more outsiders knew of its existence, or the deeper the interference between the two sets of information, the more obvious the connection would be. As long as the interaction reached a certain standard, the World Tree would be able to send out a revelation and sense the direction of the other party's information collection. Then, it would send a long-distance team to search in that direction. They would eventually find the other party. This was also like the sole connection of a universal treasure. It could be located remotely, but the relationship was reversed. Most universal treasures found it difficult to establish a soul connection. They were extremely cold, and even if they acknowledged their masters, they would only accept them half-heartedly. The evolution cube and the space-time amber were both like this, but the World Tree was a universal treasure that did not reject anyone. However, outsiders could only rub against it and would not be able to obtain any substantial benefits from it. Instead, they would expose themselves. This was similar to how if you said my name, I would be able to know you. It was similar to the characteristics of some information life forms in the universe, as if it had divinity. Therefore, the information on the quantum network was a kind of bait to catch the fish in the universe that had the ability to discover them and find prey. However, the information on the network was not fake data. It was indeed real information left behind by the daily activities of countless people. It was just that all the secrets about the World Tree itself were strictly restricted and not allowed to be uploaded. All right, your mission is complete. Barbani let out a sharp laugh. I'll suggest that the Tree King activate all the information perceivers in the future form to see if he can foresee the information of this group of outsiders in advance. Let's go. As soon as he said that, the blue-green energy on his body suddenly surged. The huge roots that were quietly lying at the side seemed to have received a signal. They suddenly curled up and swallowed the fleet before quickly retracting into the spatial rift. The next moment, the spatial rift quickly closed as if it had never existed. A few days later, on a secret training planet in the Black Star Corps territory. Han Xiao floated in outer space and looked down at the two meteors chasing each other on the ground. They collided time and time again, leaving huge craters on the ground. Dust and sand billowed. One of them was Loathair, and the other was Carrot, who was undergoing special training. Loathair controlled his strength and constantly trained Carrot in actual combat. While imparting his martial arts insights, he was also practicing his precise control of his skyrocketing strength. Carrot was like a sponge, rapidly absorbing the essence and enriching himself. After finding the right cultivation method, this guy's improvement will be rapid. Han Xiao, who was watching the battle from above, nodded in satisfaction. Not only Carrot, he had also been training the other beyond grade A seeds in the past few days. He taught them according to their aptitude and provided customized cultivation plans. The effect was not bad. He felt that if this continued for a long time, many seeds should be able to sprout. Beep beep! At this moment, his communicator rang. Han Xiao took a look. It was a message from the three universal civilizations. Inside was the information about the World Tree civilization that they had stolen from the network. It had been fully analyzed. He raised his eyebrows and immediately focused his attention on the book. Because the players' intelligence channels were limited, it was very difficult for them to touch on high-level secrets. His understanding of the World Tree civilization came from the war period in his previous life, and it was basically common knowledge at that time. He knew very little about the situation of the World Tree civilization at this point in time, and this information would help him deepen his understanding. When there is no war, the daily life of the World Tree civilization is similar to that of the Galactic Society. Speaking of which, in my previous life, the three universal civilizations have always been dealing with invasions and have never attacked the territory of the World Tree civilization. This is the first time I've seen a detailed star map of their territory. Han Xiao looked through it carefully and realized that it was all ordinary information. None of it was as important as the secrets of the World Tree's main body that he had provided. At the end of the message, he found a note from the three universal civilizations, indicating that they would fulfill the agreement after some time and acknowledge the association's position. Although it hasn't verified the accuracy of the secrets I provided, the other ordinary information matches up. The three universal civilizations shouldn't doubt me anymore. As he was reading the message, his communicator suddenly rang again. Han Xiao took a look. It was a message from Oathkeeper, and the content made his heart tighten. Destiny's Child suddenly had an abnormal reaction. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. If he remembered correctly, the last time Destiny's Child had an abnormal reaction was when the intelligent plague broke out in advance. Furthermore, it had created a new batch of sub-bodies, and one of them was in his hands. This was something that Oathkeeper had told him personally after he had built a good relationship with him. At this juncture, Destiny's Child had caused trouble again. He felt that it was definitely not a good thing. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.